Morning, Kaharia. How are you? Hope you're well. We start another adventure. This is a very long one. It's based on the true life events of 1941, where the Pan American Clipper was stuck in Auckland Harbour and couldn't get back to the US because of the attack on Pearl Harbor. So we're going to go the long way around. The coffee's not working. Oh no. Disaster. That's worse than the flight sim not working.
Thanks for the raid.
Oh, raid coming in. News guys coming in with the raid. Hello. Morning, Jack. Morning, Fabian. Morning, Dryson. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Pan American Clipper 001. Exos, hello. Fab, thank you. Thanks for sending everybody over. I enjoyed watching your stream this morning. It's a nice early morning doze watching it on the phone for a while, and then I get up. It's good. Yeah, so this is the Boeing 314 Clipper. It's not in the Pan Am colours because I don't have that, so we're in the Bangor. But basically, they found themselves stuck in Auckland because of the attack on Pearl Harbor, so their route home was closed. What's going on here? We'll get that sorted. Yeah, the route home was closed. So they had to go the long way around. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah, so let's show you what they did. Yeah, so Mr. Sticky Rice is in the chat. Hello.
Hello, Ian. Hello, chat.
Hello. Welcome on in. I'm just doing my introduction to this flight. So this was the route they took on the way home. So obviously they came from US, San Francisco via Hawaii, Fiji to Auckland. And they were down here on December the 8th. And they couldn't get back because obviously this was all cut off because of the attack. They would get shot down by the Japanese Navy. So they decided to go around the long way round. So they went up to New Caledonia, across to Australia, Darwin, through Indonesia. Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bahrain, across Africa, Khartoum, Brazzaville, and then Natal in Brazil. And then they went up through Port of Spain, Jamaica, and then to New York. That's the routing. It's about 144 hours or something of flying. The speed, generally about 95 to 120, something like that. But obviously we are going westwards all the way into the wind, so I don't know what sort of ground speed we're going to get. We'll check the weather. Bossman's meant to be flying along as well, so he'll be along shortly. Sounds like you need a tow. Yes, indeed. Is there any similar aircraft I could use for one of the legs? I guess there is. I mean, just look for a flying boat. This is obviously DC3, yeah. This pilot's, this one, is available in Microsoft. I'm not sure about X-Plane, but I know they make it for Microsoft as well. Let's go join FS. Join FS. There we go. We're in. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't very good when they first brought it out, I must admit. But obviously I don't know that version. I only know this one. Right, so what I've got to do is, because we have a lot of water in the ballast, got to pump this out. If I can remember how to do this now. Right, here we go. To drain accumulated water, set the hydrostabilizer selector to the tank required. Turn valve to drain water, operate the wing tank fuel pump. Okay, so let's go. Is that to the tank required? Okay, so let's go port inboard. Port inboard. Port. Inboard. And then, does it say pump? Break the wing tank refuel hand pump. Yeah. Tank refuel hand pump. Tank refueling hand pump. But engine fuel hand pump. It says wing tank. Brake wing tank refuel hand pump. Hi Willow. Oh, come on in. A long way around to make it difficult, yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Port inboard. Water. Operate wing tank refuel hand pump. Wing tank refuel hand pump, which is this. Wing tank refueling hand pump. Ah, there it goes. It's going down. You can see it. I had the wrong thing. That's fine. So the idea is to pump all the water out that's accumulated in the tanks. Okay, so that's Empty. Let's change to port outboard. Board. Pump. Okay. Do we have to do? Ah, there it goes. Let's leave it a bit of time for it to register. Willow says he's at work, but dropping in to check progress. Okay, nice one. Again, there's no sim brief profiles for this, so I don't know how much fuel to take. The first leg is just under 1,000 miles, which is not very much for the Clipper. So we'll guess. Okay. Is that tank done? So starboard. Inboard. Board. Board.
Good morning.
Hello. Morning.
How are we?
Yeah, just trying to drain the tanks. Remember how to do it. Starboard inboard. Starboard inboard.
That was what I can't do on mine.
Starboard inboard. Right.
Am I late or am I early?
No, you're not late at all, mate. You're not late at all. We said 10 o'clock. It's not even 20 minutes to yet, so
Right, okay.
we're good. We had a nice raid from Fabian earlier, so we've got a few viewers
Oh, nice.
learning the Clipper. I've given them the history lesson about what happened, but once we get going, we'll go into more detail. There's a great book on this. There's a great book. Still on fuel. Got to go to drain, haven't I? Drain water. Now I'll put the pump in. Yep, Fab. The legend that is Mr. Bossman is here.
Morning, Fab. Don't know about legend, but
There it goes. Obviously, it pumps a lot of water out before the needle starts going. It probably only registers the bottom bit. So it is actually working, but it's got to give it time.
yeah.
There we go.
See if I can put you in the clipper. I'm going to be in the latter cure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll,
I couldn't get the clipper to work yesterday.
ah.
Just can't get it to float on the water. I tried everything last night.
Oh
I don't know
dear.
why. I think it's to do with that ballast of the water
Mm-hmm.
in the tanks.
Starboard
At
outboard.
least, yeah, with this thing, I can
Yeah.
float it out with that little tug.
Yeah.
I'm not a. Gee, where is this clipper? What's it called?
Right. There we go. It's draining now. It's the last tank. And I've got the wings to do. No instructions for those, though.
Bangor, huh?
Hmm. So Jack wants to know, is there a similar aircraft he could use for one of the legs?
Yeah, if he's got the letter gear, or Jack's got 2024 as well, hasn't he? Yes. He can also use the Grumman,
Yep, the
which is
Goose.
also a goose, the big one. Yeah. The Clipper's not in the 2024, by the way. I checked last night. I thought it was.
Okay, so that's empty. So we've just got some in the starboard wing. We do this. Starboard. If it's just that.
Oh, there you are. I see you.
Yep, I'm just in the bay there, Auckland Harbour.
Okay. Let me fire up my sim as well. For those that also want to follow along. My stream, in other words.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Leave that in refill tanks. Okay.
I'm just going to reset my router quickly. I see my net is very laggy again this morning.
Copy that.
I don't know why I have to do it every morning. It's got to be reset.
That's not good, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, so let me just quickly reset the router and I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, so I remember. So the wing tanks, the engines are fed from the wing tanks, and the maximum is 600 pounds. Or gallons, sorry, 600 gallons. And then these are what they call the hydro stabilizer tanks. And when these get low, we pump from here into the wing tanks to feed the engines. Okay, but for this leg we don't need that much fuel, so I don't think there's there is a weight and balance? Oh yes, there is. There is a weight and balance. Yay! There we go. There was a weight and balance. So do I edit this now? I can't remember. Load. Boom, 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 boom. Do I edit it? Click. Click, no. Calculate load. Damn.
Okay, I think we are back.
Yeah, nice.
To see how the net is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we'll leave 100% in there, and I'll just put 50% in the hydrostatics for this first leg, and we'll see how we go. Empty weight 23,000, payload 22, fuel is 9, boost weight 35, maximum is 41. Yep, so we're okay. We're good there. Just check the weight and balance. Yes, that's recognised that. Let's recognise that. Got quite a nice load, got all those things there. Load assign load. To read a little bit on that, but I think we're okay. Right, let's get Bossman up. There he is. Right, let's get these engines going. This is the tricky bit.
Yep. I'm just gonna get in deep enough into this bay here so that I can fire up my engines.
First of all, I've got to turn them so that we get the oil to move around in the cylinders. Okay, so masters are all on, that's all on. So start engine 1 and we boost. And then we go primer. Watch the gauges come up on engine 1. Go outside and engine 1's running. Hey.
Okay, we'll just fire up a little nav map. I've got to put a plane in as well. I haven't done that yet.
Number 2. Prime 2.
Ah, okay, I've got the plan. The plan there. Tubbing here a little bit.
carburetor. Boost.
Bless you.
Boost.
Okay, let's go and do the startup of the engines in the back. Max on.
Get number 1 going, but nothing else.
Oh. Battery on. It's on. Have I not got on here? Heating. Battery on. That's on. So down. I've also got starter problems.
Yeah, I got one going, but I can't get any of the others running. Which is not good.
No, I can't get one of them going. Fun and games?
Yeah.
Oh, dang it. Yep. Let's see if I got... Is this right? Have I got my mags on? Yeah, mags are on. Mags are on. What have I forgotten here?
Mixture's open, fuel's open, power's on.
One going.
Ah. You know what I forgot? The hand pump.
Ah.
Start.
Maybe that's what I've got to do as well.
That's what it is, yeah.
The manual pump.
Yeah.
Ah, dang it.
Okay.
Haven't flown this for a while.
Starter 3,
Sure.
starter 3. Prime 3. Then start. There she goes. Come on! Come on! There we are.
Yeah, they're all going.
Yeah. And then number 4. Start.
2, 3,
Boost.
4, 5.
Prime.
We have life in engines.
Yeah.
Smoky.
And power.
I've got all of mine running.
Yeah.
All of mine running.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Same here. Same here. We're all started.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch over to... generator power.
Yeah. 2.3 volts. There we go. Alternator running.
Okay, for you.
Good there. That's all on.
Alright, we can give it some throttle and see what happens.
Yeah.
See if we actually move. This is the smoke taste. Oh. moving, but very slowly. And if I need to get to deeper waters. Shallow here where I am, so yeah.
Lovely lights. Nav. Taxi. A bit of flappage. Sim down a bit. Okay, I think that's all good. Line up the gyro. Okay. Right, weather conditions. Auckland, 310 at 10. So we need 300 degrees or 310 to wind. So there we are, at 330, so we're just going to come left a bit. We'll go that way. And left turn out. How are you placed for starting?
I'm just trying to get it to lift off the air.
Okay. Oh no! Wow. Reports of an Air India 787 crash, says New Sky.
Oh.
En route to London. Wow, that is...
Wow.
787. Wow. It's not good, is it? Wow. Blimey. Yeah. Crashes have to take off in Ahmedabad. Less than a minute after takeoff. That's all we know. That's a modern, modern jet, isn't it? Wow.
Watching YouTube. There's a clip on it.
Yeah. dear, look at that. Gear still down. It flew into the terrain. It didn't like nosedive, just like it stalled. Wow. Not good. So I'm looking at you. Oh, you still haven't got engines running yet?
I'm running.
Oh, are you? Oh. My stream must be behind or something. Oh, it looks like...
No, my engines are running.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to get off the water. It's starting to take off.
My stream must be very delayed then, because to me you're still trying to start engines.
Yeah, no, I've got them running, but I'm just trying to get off the water, and it's like. They don't want to get up. My stream's not right. I'll have to see if I can fix.
I mean, it's all. It's like buffering like away, and the engines are not started for me. I'm so far behind. Not working at all.
Let me end the stream and let me just try and fix something here.
Okay. Well, should I get going and you do a follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wind shear, was it, Jack? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I just watched the clip. I mean, it didn't look like, you know, anything was missing off the plane or anything like that. Gear was still down.
Yeah.
And it just looked like it just flew down. I mean, not headlong or anything. Just looked like a nice gentle, as though they were coming into land. You know. Right. Let's get out of here then. Okay, buoys off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's wrong? CTD?
No. It's alright. It was all shaking around a little bit. What was the aircraft type? It was a 787. Dreamliner. The clip, there's a clip on YouTube of the crash. Okay, let's go. she is, the mighty Clipper.
I don't know what's going on with my stupid net again. It's just glitchy as heck. Yeah, well, I'm airborne. Finally.
Ah, nice.
I'm hoping my net will come right. Let's see. Yeah, my upload speed is way down. It's like 10. Oh, man. Let me see if I can change the server here on the...
Okay. There we go, everybody. There's Auckland Harbour. And we're on the way to New Caledonia. First leg of the long way round. Obviously this is 1940s, late 30s, 40s technology. So unpressurized. So 8,000-10,000 or less. Is all it'll manage. Yeah. Your stream is kind of there, but it's buffering.
It's terrible.
Hugely buffering.
Disappointed.
Yeah, it's just stuck now. It's solid.
I'm trying to change my nets. Trying to see what server I can try here. The servers are terrible today. I'm not even getting like 10 upload and download. Ping rates are horrible.
Yeah, that's not good. I'm surprised it. Well, I'm not surprised anything in South Africa, but it should vary like that.
Yeah. Idle latency is 5. Down latency is 7 on this one. Up latency is 6. It's not good enough.
I'm not sure what the numbers are on this for cruising and all those kind of settings, because there's no profile for it.
Yeah.
Not sure what we're meant to be. My sort of philosophy is keep it in the green. keep the dials in the green, you know, and that kind of seems to work. Sticky. Keep it in the green, exactly. That's what Bob Marley said, was it? Keep it in the green.
You also had flying.
Sorry, mate.
Are you also hand flying?
No, I'm on the gyro now. But I got it in a, you know, in the course that I wanted, a straight line, and I'm just on a gentle climb. I'll just lock the gyro on, just to keep the heading. Cowl flaps locked at 5 degrees. Mixture's come down now to 50%. Fuel flow's still quite high.
And set on the heading of 312.
Oil pressure's high, but it's in the green. We've clawed our way up to 6,000 feet.
Yeah.
At 300 feet per minute. Oh, we're racing along.
Well, I'm at 17,000 feet.
17,000?
Yeah.
Wow. Is that thing pressurized then? Well, obviously it must be.
Yeah.
No, I can't. This obviously 1930s, so no pressurization here. Very slow.
I'm doing 176 knots. You're doing what? 127.
I'm doing about, it's 112 indicated.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do a follow to you. And then, there we go, we can see each other. There you are, right in front of me. Coming through.
Yeah, about 120. miles an hour or knots? Miles per hour.
Probably not. Oh, miles per hour.
Yeah, miles per hour.
There you are. Beep beep. Just passing under you to your right slightly.
Oh yes, I see you. Oh, I've got you as a drone. I've got to fix that. There he is. There's the drone.
Oh.
So let's fix that. Substitute. We'll put you in the sister ship to this, the Berwick.
Yep.
I'm in the Bangor, you're in the Berwick. That's the beauty of Join FS, everybody. Look at that. Perfectly nice, stable aircraft. I can put him in exactly what I want. Then we all look the same.
And we're in 2 different flight sims.
Yep.
How's that for you?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Fisher, you know what time it is, don't you?
Coffee time.
Yes.
Coffee and hobnob time.
I haven't had anything to drink yet this morning since I've woken up. So
I'm just
I
gonna
need to do that.
I'm just gonna get into cruise a minute. I'm just gonna level off at 8,000, I think.
Yeah. Pretty steady. Got my altitude locked and my heading locked. Pretty good.
I'm just gonna have a quick look in FSUI PC, so it'll all pause for a second.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a profile specific. Let me put it into the clipper. B314. There we go.
That crash was very bizarre, eh? Yeah.
It's, my spoilers were operating the mixture and not the props. Now I've put the profile on. There we go.
So this plane you say was taking off, eh?
Yes, departing Ahmedabad.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wonder if it was we had fuel contaminant in something in that line. And the engines quit.
According to Jack, it says someone said wind shear.
Wind shear. Yeah, it doesn't look like wind shear to me.
Wind shear.
I mean, normally you could see pilots open the throttles up, you'd see a little bit of, smoke out the exhausts, as they thrust the hit toga. Even on these newer jets, you see a little telltale of, engine thrust. Although this video is not really very clear. Oh man, really sad that.
Yeah. Okay, here we are, 8,000 feet. After what seems like an age. So let's try and trim this out now.
Wow, party of 11, we fly daily, welcome in, Raiders. And I apologize with the stuttery stream. Unfortunately, my net's not doing very well today. But we fly daily, thank you very much for your party of 11. Yeah, we're doing a round the world trip today. Or started around the world trip in the Clipper, and I'm in the Latakia. Ian Fisher's in the Clipper, there he is.
Hello everybody, welcome on in. We've just taken off from Auckland Harbour on our first leg to New Caledonia, about 1,000 miles. Trying to trim it out.
Yeah. Well, folks, those of you that are not aware that there has been a plane crash in India, 787 that crashed this morning. Very sad. hoping my net will pick up during the course of the day, folks.
Have you
We
changed?
have net issue.
You said you've changed servers or something.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's as best as I can get it right now.
Okay,
Obviously working on server issues.
let's have a look. Yeah, it's still got the circle buffering.
Yeah.
Okay. This is very tricky, this. It's not an autopilot by any means. They call it a gyro pilot. And it's not very easy to work this. Tiny little puff of wind and it messes up. I think that's about steady at the moment. It will drift in the wind as well, so you have to take account of that, because we've got a 28 knot left to right crosswind at the moment. So the course we actually want is 311, but I'm actually steering 302. So I'm about 10 or 11 degrees left of track.
Yeah, I'm doing
Because
between 12, so
Yeah, because we're being blown over. It's a very primitive autopilot. These are very early radial engines. I don't have the Pan Am livery for this particular model. I've got it for the earlier model, but this is the A model with a longer range tanks on. So I can either have the correct livery and have a short range aircraft, or I can put it in, have the proper aircraft that they went in, and have the BO-80 Boeing liveries. Well, it's the wartime livery anyway, it's the camo livery, so we're in the right kind of period. As we continue to proceed over the north tip of New Zealand. Top of the island coming up. There's Mr. Bossman and the other clipper. (8,000 feet), it's unpressurized, so we have to keep it down to under 10 for the folks. I hear crickets. Who was that?
I don't know. Somebody played crickets.
Sticky Rice. He's the only one else in here. So we are making a magnificent 120 miles an hour. So that's 110 knots or less. That's it. That's what we've got.
Yep.
That's our top
He's
speed.
what he needs.
So that's why it takes forever to get anywhere on this. Sticky says that he was trying to resize Discord on the second screen and he sent us a cricket. Again, I don't know the figures for this, what we should be cruising at and everything, but my philosophy is keep it in the green and there's no smoke coming out, so I've probably got too much manifold in. It's 35 inches. Should be around a 28 or something, but doing that, we're below 110 miles an hour. You know, we're about 100 miles an hour, 90 odd knots. So I figure there's no smoke. The fuel, oil temperatures and pressures are good. They're in the green. Fuel flow is, I don't know what to base it on, but it's 74 gallons an hour from each engine. I've got the props at 2000. And that seems to be a good sweet spot. I've got the mixture down to 20%. Nice and lean. And that's it.
But now it's time to go make some coffee.
Yeah. So what's the ETA? 1626. 1626. So 5:30 this afternoon. And it's now 11. So 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours this first leg to do 1,000 miles, 985. Imagine what we've got when we do the Atlantic ones later on.
Yeah.
3,000 miles. So it's 3 times this length. So they're 18-hour crossings. So we've got a big decision to make, Abe.
Yeah.
Do we get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and do it, try and cram it in the day, or do we start in the evening and leave it overnight? But I'm very reluctant to leave this alone and go to sleep. Very reluctant. I mean, I'll have a better idea on these first few legs. Because if I don't have to touch it now for 4 hours, 5 hours, then I'll have more confidence.
Yeah.
But of course you may drift off, anything could happen if you're not near it. And you've got to adjust the gyro drift and the fuel, of course, that's going to drain away. So tricky. So we'll have to decide that when we get there. Anyway, as you say, let's go and have a coffee.
Yep. Time to have coffee. Alright, just gonna go make a cup of tea, and I'll be back.
Okay, back with you. Back with you. Just turn that down a bit. Right. So, what we'll do is just read you some history of this. So, the first blush of dawn triggered the eastern sky and sent its rosy fingers creeping into the flight deck of the huge triple-tailed flying boat as she cruised high above the South Pacific. 6 days out of her home port of San Francisco, the Boeing 314 was part of Pan American Airways' growing new service that linked the far corners of the Pacific Ocean. With a veteran captain, Robert Ford, in command, the Pacific Clipper, carrying 12 passengers and crew of 10, was just a few hours from landing in the harbour at Auckland, New Zealand. The calm serenity of the flight deck early on the spring morning was suddenly shattered by the crackling of the radio. Radio operator John Poindexter clamped the headset to his ears as he deciphered the coded message. His eyes widened as he quickly wrote the characters on the pad in front of him. Pearl Harbor had been attacked by Japanese warplanes and had suffered heavy losses. The United States was at war. The stunned crew looked at each other as the implications of the message began to dawn. They realized that their route back to California was irrevocably cut and there was no going back. Ford ordered radio silence and then posted lookouts in the navigator's blister. 2 hours later, the Pacific Clipper touched down smoothly on the waters of Auckland Harbour. The Odyssey was just beginning. The crew haunted the overwhelmed communications room at the US Embassy in Auckland every day for a week, waiting for a message from Pan Am headquarters in New York. Finally, they received word. They were to try and make it back to the United States the long way, around the world westbound. For Ford and his crew, it was a daunting assignment, facing a journey of over 30,000 miles over oceans and lands that none of them had ever seen. They would have to do all their own planning and servicing, scrounging whatever supplies and equipment they needed. All this in the face of an erupting world war, in which political alliances and loyalties in many parts of the world were uncertain at best. Their first assignment was to return to Namora, back the way they'd come over a week earlier. They were to pick up the Pan American station personnel there and then deliver them safely to Australia. Late in the evening of December the 16th, the blacked out flying boat lifted off from Auckland Harbour and headed northwest through the night towards Namora. They maintained radio silence, landing in the harbour just as the sun was coming up. Ford went ashore and sought out the Pan Am station manager. "Round up all your people," he said. "I want them back at the dock in an hour. They can have one small bag apiece." The crew set to work fueling the aeroplane, and exactly 2 hours later, fully refueled and carrying a barrel of engine oil, the Clipper took off and pointed her nose south for Australia. Right, so we'll leave it there. So this is the leg we are doing. This one on December the 16th, Auckland Harbour up to Namora. And so I'll continue reading the next bits as we get through the flight. So there you go. I'm sure you can source it out yourself if you want to read more. Did you get your coffee, Abe? He's probably gone for it. I'm trying some new beans. Got a blend from Central America. I think it's sort of Guatemala, Venezuela type stuff. Central American beans. It's a blend, as opposed to my usual Arabica African beans. Thought I'd try something different. So here we are. This is the very northern tip of New Zealand now. We leave this and then we've got 900 miles of just ocean to New Caledonia. ETA is 6 p.m. UK. It's 11 now, so 7 hours. 7 hours time. What did they say? 12 passengers they had and 11 crew. So almost one crew member for every passenger. Yeah? Oh, good. Say something. Hello, everybody. Hello, Sticky's viewers. Right, well, I can talk to you then rather than the type. So I've just left Auckland. You're heading to Auckland, and I've just left Auckland.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
We're doing the long way round, which was the Pan Am Clipper that found itself stranded in 1941 in December, following the attack on Pearl Harbor.
I remember that story.
Yeah, it obviously couldn't fly back to California because its way through Honolulu was blocked, so it had to go the long way round. So we're just starting the flight now. This first leg is from Auckland Harbour up to New Caledonia, just under 1,000 miles, and then we go to Australia.
I was going to say the Auckland Harbour. It was just down south of the Auckland Harbour, isn't it? Like just on the south.
Yeah, I mean I don't know exactly where it was.
South shore.
Yeah, it was just in the ocean there, just in the harbour, just off the runway there. So. And Bossman is flying along with us. There he is, over there. He's in the other Clipper.
Oh yeah, I've been watching him. I saw him that you had him as a drone earlier.
Yeah. He's in the French flying boat actually, La Rosette or something, what it's called. But I've put him in the 314 Clipper, so we look the same. Enjoy FS, which is what we can do. So this first leg, we're due in at about 17:21 Zulu. So about 6-7 hour crossing.
At 110 knots indicated.
Yep, that's it.
Whoa.
That's all we'll get. That's all she'll do. Unpressurized, so we've got to stay in the weather.
Well, if you're actually heading towards the west, I think you're going to have a bit of a headwind.
Yeah, we are. We will be in the next leg because from here we've got it's a 28 knot crosswind at the moment, left to right. But when we turn towards Australia from New Caledonia, we'll be heading straight into it. So they went and they made landfall at a place called Gladstone. And then they crossed the country to Darwin, and then they went up to Surabaya, Jakarta way, Indonesia, and that way. That's the
through Java, the Java mountains.
That's it. Yeah. That's the way they went.
That's a good way to sneak around because of the mountains. Because I think the Japanese, their radar systems wouldn't cross those mountains.
Yeah.
If you stayed low.
Yeah. Well, they were banking on the fact that they wouldn't have got that far yet into that area. Because obviously this was just a week after Pearl Harbor, so everything was still, where are they? What are they doing?
Yeah. So anything in the Pacific Ocean would have been shot down.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's why they didn't go back that way. They had to go westbound. And they took a month to get back because obviously there was no charts for this area. That no one had done this before. This was the first time, and they had to scrounge their own parts. At one point, they didn't have any 100 octane fuel, so they had to use ordinary gasoline, motor car fuel, 80 octane. So the performance out of the engines was awful. It was popping and coughing and blah, 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 but they had no choice. They had nothing else available.
Oh my goodness. So the very low octane.
Yeah. So the performance was horrendous. Could hardly get off the water. Well, I think they had a little bit of 100 left. So what they did, they took off on the 100, got to climb, and then switched to the tanks for where the 80 octane was. And they said, the engine suddenly pinked and coughed, and
that is scary.
Everything slowed down. So
yeah,
there were hours and hours and hours on that fuel. Some of these legs over the Atlantic later on are 3,000 miles. So they're 18 you know, 18, 19, 20-hour legs.
Oh my goodness.
You know, this one's 7,
So
8.
you know what that means?
Yeah, this one's 8 hours.
You need to prepare for some snacks,
yeah,
extra
yeah,
tea,
yeah, absolutely.
4 boxes of hot knobs.
Yeah, this one's 985 nautical miles, so nearly 1,000 miles, and it's gonna take us about 8 hours.
New Caledonia. Such paradise out there.
Yeah, never been. So we go past Norfolk Island.
I'm just
200 miles away.
Nice. Yeah.
To its right. Yeah, so this is the first leg they actually did, because there were some people, Pan Am people stationed at this New Caledonia that they had to pick up before they went to Australia. So we're doing exactly what they did. The only thing different, I've just kept it daylight for this first one. I might go real time next time, see what it's like at night.
It's a bit scary.
But
It's hard to see the islands.
yeah, it's hard to see the water. That's the thing. You got you know, you're totally on your instruments, aren't you? I thought we'd do this first one in the
Yeah,
daylight
true.
and see what's what.
Yeah. Now what's going to be more scary if you do it at night in the Java,
Yeah.
following the little volcanoes and stuff. Alright, I'm on my top of descent.
Latecoeur. That's what he's in. There's a French. Latecoere. Latecoeur. It's a big 6-engine flying boat. Made much later than this one, the original Boeing one. He's much bigger and faster. 6 engines, and he's pressurized, I think, because he's flying higher than me. Or he did. He's down now at my level. And he's muted his mic and stuff at the moment, so
Okay, but he's still airborne.
yeah. He's doing some settings at the moment. He's applying some settings in the sim. I don't know what he's doing, but he's applying some. He says, "Please wait," but he's got terrible net problems today. You know,
Oh, is he? Yeah.
his stream is.
Has he got 5G?
Boss man? I don't know.
Because I noticed like I noticed with mine in Sydney, the main cable that runs underneath the ground, the download is always good, but the upload you can't stream it. I ended up just getting a cheaper 5G modem. It's it's just one tower. That's all you do with it.
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
SIM card.
Yeah.
And it's streaming perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to be cheaper, simplifying it.
Yeah. No, we got full fibre here, so I've got a gig up and down, so
Ah, nice.
there's no problems there. Except last night when they decided to do some emergency maintenance. To be fair, they did email me, but
Yeah.
you know, you think, oh right, there's some work happening sometime in the future. I didn't realise it was today. So I was
for a streamer, it's a little bit difficult,
flying along this
yeah.
morning. Alison had just raided me. There's 50 odd people just come in, and I was about to do some of this testing, and all of a sudden, boom, everything dropped.
Oh. Ouch.
And then I remembered they did talk about some emergency maintenance, and I looked at it, and of course it was today's date, between midnight and 4, so that was me. That was the stream finished. But normally it's very, very good. A company called True Speed. based out of Bath.
Cruise speed.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. They were set up
It
to
happens
provide.
very rarely, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they were set up to provide internet in rural communities in Somerset. It was more of a community-based kind of company, and they were set up to look at Starlink or some sort of solutions for farmers and rural community. And it proved so popular that ordinary folks in towns wanted it, and so they decided on a proper full-on business. So they took on technicians and people to do it. It's still only based in the southwest. I think they're expanding, slowly into other areas, but it's only around here you can get it. And they're based in Bath. All their support is in Bath. You can ring the technician up.
Yeah.
And he'll speak to you. You don't have to speak to India or a third-party people or somebody who just reads a script.
Yeah. Oh, I've got an autopilot issue.
Oh.
Stand by.
Okay, so it's back on now.
I think you just do the reset. Flight directors. There we go.
You're back on. Yeah. And I see you've got the landing system still on.
Yes. Should be descending now. There we go.
And you're VSing down, are you?
Finally, yeah. I'm going to reduce my...
And that's my little stream you've got there in the bottom right.
Correct, yep.
Hey.
So, double the stream.
It's only showing the right-hand portion of the stream.
Say again?
It's only showing the right-hand portion of my stream.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Hang on.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. No, it was delayed.
You're right, I think.
It was delayed.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
There.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. I haven't got a widescreen though. It's a normal 16:9.
No, it's weird, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it's showing as wide.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
I think it's under my settings.
Yeah, it's just normal 16:9. But that's interesting. You've got a little camera there doing that, and you've got a camera on you,
Yes, correct.
and you've got the sunrise
I
logo.
have this camera and then the other one.
Yeah.
Got the face one. And that one.
Yeah.
The one that you do. I actually like the view that you do where you can see your instruments, your tea and coffee in the background.
Oh, the side on. Yeah.
The side on, yeah. That's always the good view.
Yeah, I mean it's more practicalities. Where do I mount the camera? That just happened to be on top of the monitor.
Correct, yeah.
Off to one side. I don't want it head on to me. There's not much point. And I don't want it looking at the screens with me in the background. So half and half is quite good. A slight profile.
Like a quarter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might just do a loop over here. Get my descending.
Yeah. Camera's off at the moment because it's hot in here. So I'm not dressed.
How's the summer over there?
It's warming up. It's like 22 today.
Any plans for somewhere, maybe the lakes or something, taking out the family?
I'll probably disappear somewhere.
Okay.
I do these things now. Have you heard of extreme day outs? Have you heard of that?
No.
Right. Yeah. What it is? Basically, you get on an aeroplane first thing in the morning. You go somewhere, and then you come back the same day, and sleep in your own bed at night.
But doing your own flight, like taking flights only.
Yeah. So and there are various websites that give you the best deals, and I'm a member of the one at Bristol here, and every week the guy sends you the next week's flights. And let me give you an example here. Where are they? Lost it at a minute. Put it in the bin. Let me have a look. Anyway.
Oh, what happened to your decoding browser problem? Is that me?
What?
Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's on my side. Sorry, I was streaming on your stream. The actual browser went weird.
Right. There you go. That's one of them I use.
Oh, okay. Take a look. I wonder if there's like an Australian version.
I'm sure
where you can
there
just
is.
depart Sydney, go to Melbourne, Brisbane.
Yeah,
like
I'm sure
a few
there
hours
is.
there, a few hours there.
There you go. Look.
Because carry-on luggage flights can be really cheap, right? If you just carry just what you're going to be for the day, like a jumper.
There you go.
Wallet.
Bristol to Alicante. For £81. 13 hours 45 minutes on the ground.
Oh, that's mad.
12 hours in Prague. Luton to Prague. Ibiza 10 hours. Stansted to Ibiza.
That's mad.
Yeah. So you look for your local airport and you do a search on it. I got mine tailored so it sends once a week, and I've got flights like as low as £9 before, like Ryanair to Dublin. But most of them,
some 10 hours on the ground, £32, £41.
yeah, it is.
10 hours.
It's incredible, isn't it? So obviously no bags, no nothing, just take you and a small bag. And you fly off, spend 10 hours in the sun. In my favourite one is Faro in Portugal. Leaves here about 9:30 in the morning, so not super crazy, and gets back about 8 p.m, 9 p.m. So you've got about 6-7 hours in Faro in the sunshine. So transfer from the airport, go to the beach or the town, have a lovely day,
Nice.
and fly back and sleep in your own bed at night. That's what I do.
Oh, that's perfect up there.
Yeah, that's what I do.
If I was living up in the UK, I'll be doing that all the time.
Yeah, my last one was I went to Innsbruck Innsbruck for the day. In the winter, did that in February
Oh, nice.
with the snow-capped mountains. Did that Rattenberg approach where they come down, swoop down through the mountains
Oh man.
that we've done in
You
the
wouldn't
sim.
have a video of that, would you?
I streamed it live, but I didn't have the video. Of course, the VOD's gone now,
Ah, okay.
but
Yeah.
I usually take my camera and stream it. Particularly the airport bits, because lots of people like watching the planes and stuff. So I sit in the terminal and stream the
Yeah, get the Wi-Fi.
yeah. I stream on Twitch the arrivals, departures, and everything. So that's what I do. I just go there, pick. I don't care where I go. You know, there's usually a nice, you know, like the Faroes and Alicantes and Madrids. They're usually about 90 to 120 quid, something like that. The Dublin ones, Newcastle, 60, 70, and sometimes 30 odd quid. You know,
What's the actual flight time between like back and like just the one way?
to
It's
where?
An hour?
To where though?
Oh, like say the basic one,
What to?
like one of these trips.
Well, I mean,
say-
if you,
say
obviously
to
if you're going into Dublin, it's 50 minutes, 45 minutes
Oh, that's nice.
from Bristol.
Quick.
But if you're going to Spain,
Yeah.
you know, it could be hour and a half, 2 hours, southern Spain. There's some down to
I guess they'll spend the 2
Lanzarote,
days
down
there,
to the
yeah.
Canaries. You know, that's like a 3-hour
Ah,
flight.
nice.
But if it leaves at 5 in the morning, you know, you're there for 9 o'clock on the beach, and your
Yeah.
flight back's not till 9 at
Perfect
night.
time.
So you've got 12
Yeah.
hours
Oh, nice.
of sunshine and beer, nice food.
Pretty much a full day.
Yeah.
Proper full day.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And of course, you can do overnights. You know, if you wanted, you could book yourself into a little hotel and take a flight
Oh
back
yeah,
the
like,
next
like
day.
on the King's birthday or something, where it's a long weekend.
Do whatever
an
you like.
overnighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, the midweek flights are cheaper.
Oh yeah, the non-business days. We call it for Friday. Saturdays is the busiest.
Busy for to the holiday destinations, yes, because everyone
Yep.
finishes on Friday and wants to fly to Spain for the weekend.
I've got lights. Let's switch off night mode.
Right, this is the very end of New Zealand, the very tip of the north. We're just going over it now. This peninsula here. This is our last bit of land. We're now 836 miles from our destination.
And I'm on base. Sorry, Ian.
That's all right.
Don't worry. Soon you'll get to base and going, oh, thank goodness.
Yep. This is a variation. The first 1,000 miles of 17. So a long way to go.
Big one. Don't worry, Ian. I'll be listening to it at work if you continue on your flight. I can only listen, but I can't reply.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, I'm expecting to see you in a flying boat at one of these legs with us at some point. Come and do some legs.
Using joint FS.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. With the 2020, isn't it? Isn't that what
You can be in any sim you like,
what
mate.
the other gentleman's doing?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can.
okay.
Join FS works
Yeah.
in any sim. You need to get the right
Definitely the
version.
2020.
You need to get the correct version of Join FS. But there is a version for
Yeah.
X-Plane. There's a
Update.
version for Microsoft. Obviously, there's a version for P3D. Because Bossman's in Microsoft. He's in 2020. And
Yeah.
we're seeing each other perfectly well. Model matching works fine. Everything is much better than the internal multiplayer
24.
thing. Much better.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Turn all that off and just use Join FS.
Okay, 3,000.
It's a very, very dark night you've got out there, haven't you?
Yeah, this is the live time.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of east of Auckland now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've decided not to go live time for this first leg. I might do the live time the next one. Because obviously it's just pitch blackness like this.
Oh, especially with the overcast, it makes it even darker, and it's not a full moon.
Oh, I've got
Yes, correct, Wi-Fi, we're almost there.
I've got real weather up, so not too bad. The odd bit of scattered cloud, so...
Now, Christchurch has got a complete overcast, I think, but it's coming up. So I think you've departed at the exact correct time. If you were going to depart like within 2 hours from now, then your Auckland will be out in overcast.
Right. What does Active Sky say? Let's go to the map. Lock Airport. Winds
I think it's moving north.
250-28. Temperature 3. Visibility 500. Yeah, no clouds, no nothing. Very calm. And this is P3DV6 we're in, of course, now. Tend to do a lot of flying in V6 now.
They did the update. Excellent.
I've still got V5 for the airliners, because some of the airliners are not compatible, like the FS Labs
Still.
and the iFly and the CRJs.
The 747s.
Well, no, all the PMDGs they are compatible with V6, but what you have to do, of course, is uninstall them from V5 and then reinstall them in V6, because you're only allowed one license in, one copy in per sim.
Correct. Okay.
So I couldn't run them in both sims. So I'd have to undo the license from one and then copy it into the new one.
It would have been easier if you got the license just for the PC. Like you put on your PC, the license is there, so you can run the two sims.
Yeah, but it's...
So if you wouldn't, yeah.
It's the install.
Maybe it's extra safety. Yeah.
It's the install. If I was to do an XML method and just have one install, then it would work, probably. But if you're actually installing them twice, one in V5, one in V6, then you'd need you need to go through the installer, and it would say, sorry, you've already got this installed. Can't do it.
Oh, okay, so it lets you know. Yep.
Yeah, it detects, because it's got to go back to PMDG for the authorization, and on their servers it knows that I've got them all installed. I might send them a ticket, just ask them a question. Is it possible to have them installed in both?
You could possibly test it one day.
Yeah, but I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
I don't want anything.
That's a scary bit.
Yeah. I don't want
especially for the long flights that you do.
Yeah. Yeah. You do some sort of installation. It does half an install, and then it figures you can't finish it because you don't have the code. So it's created all the directories and the substructures, and there's half the bits of files here, there, and everywhere. No. I'll just go back into 5 when I want to do the airliners. That's not a problem. But I'm liking 6 more and more because it's got a different lighting engine. different
Okay.
different atmospherics. A lot changed. Doesn't use True Sky anymore. I like flying in V6. So all my A2As are in this. Q400. The TDFIs work in this. The MD-11 and the 717.
Oh, the MD-11.
Yep.
That's something that I want to learn as well.
Yeah. The 767 and the L1011 Captain Sim work in this. Not sure about the sound though, the internals. C47,
okay.
the Stearman, VC10, and obviously the Clipper. But the RJs, quality wings, the FS Labs don't work in this. So I've got to keep that sim going. Unfortunately. But I've got plenty of room for the install, so I can install everything twice, which is good. Where's Buddy the Bird? Is he not out at the moment?
Oh, just fell asleep in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I actually like to put like a little quiet radio for him, and he actually like falls
Okay,
asleep.
so he
'Cause
falls
I think he likes the
asleep.
noise. Yeah.
Yeah,
He falls asleep.
He's having an afternoon nap now, is he?
Yeah.
Or, well, no, must be getting towards
evening,
evening. Is it?
Evening, correct. Yeah.
Quarter to
yeah.
11, quarter to 12, quarter to 11 at night?
8 p.m. 8:17 p.m. Oh, actually 9:17 p.m. Yeah, 9
Oh,
p.m.
Yeah. So it's coming up
It's
to...
weird. My computer says 8. I don't know how to change it. And then on my watch is different.
Yeah. Ours is 11:48 local. So
Oh, almost lunchtime.
Yeah. 10:48 Zulu.
Oh, you guys have you changed already to daylight.
Yeah, we're on daylight. Yeah, I've done that a few weeks back. Easter time. So we are GMT +1 now
That's one.
until the end of October. So we can have lighter evenings and sit out and enjoy the wonderful hot weather that is English weather in the evenings. No chance.
It will get hot. Yeah, for us it's going to be extra cold this year.
Yeah.
So in the mornings now, from next week, it's roughly like 5, 6, 9.
Yeah.
It's staying around that. But then
Well,
it reaches 27 in the day. 26
In the day.
in the day.
And
But
that's
then
in
it
the
drops
winter.
like very quickly again. Yeah.
Well, our top temperature today is 16. 16.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah.
And that's meant to be flaming June. We're in the middle of our summer.
Oh, really?
Yep. And that's all we've got, 16 degrees.
How's the computer temperature running in summer at your place?
Oh, the actual computer's fine. I mean, it's nice and chilly. It's just the room extra.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, looking at the temperature right now in here, it's 31.1 degrees
Oh, that's cold. Yeah.
in this room. Cold? What are you on about?
No, you're like for the computer processor.
No, that's the air temperature in my room, 31.
Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot.
Because all the hot air from the computer is kicking out into my room. But the computer's nice and chilled because of all the cooling I've got.
Have you got like a ceiling fan or something to push it away?
Yeah, no, I've got I've got an aircon unit, but I haven't got an extractor. That's my problem. proper extraction for it. So I've got the next best thing, which is it's like a cooler with it's got a fan and it's got like tubing that goes round, and you can put like chilled blocks in from the fridge. So
so it's kind of water bowl chill. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an aircon system, but it's not really aircon. It's just a fan with that blows out chilled air. And every couple of hours, I swap the blocks over, take 2 out from the freezer, swap them over.
And it just makes it just nice the temperature.
Yeah, it just takes. I mean, it's still 30. As I say, 31.1 degrees in here. If it wasn't for that, it'd be 36 degrees or something.
Isn't it amazing? Just like if you got that window open with the curtains open, it brings the heat in a lot. If you haven't got that glazed window.
Yeah, trouble is that's the problem with having a studio in the middle of the house. There's no windows here. There's no outside.
150. Landing gear. Boilers armed. All lights. Whatever it's set. Cabin is ready. I think I will just light myself. Okay, flaps 3.
There we go. Master caution, what's happened there? Oh, you've turned the autopilot off.
And the auto throttle, there we go.
He's hand flying it, look at this. Very nice.
It's always good practice.
Yeah.
4 flaps. Oh, 23 knots of a crosswind, right to left. A bit of power.
What are we doing in here? Fuel's going down nicely. 350 gallons left.
Oh, that wind power. Stuttery. reverse. Wow, so stuttery for me. I don't know why. Landing lights. Strobe lights. Strobe lights off. Gates. What's that? 1-6. Gate 1-6. I'm going to get a follow me vehicle. I've got a bit of fatigue in me. Only from Ian will laugh. From Sydney to New Zealand in an airliner.
Hardcore, Mr. Sticky Rice.
It's like a walk in a park. Okay, flaps up, spoilers. So wait for the vehicle, get the APU running. Oh, here comes Mr. Follow. There he is.
There we go. It's the top of New Zealand. There's the little lighthouse on the very tip.
Ah, you see it. Yeah. There we go.
It's the peninsula.
You remember in the 90s, this used to be a runway here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he disappeared. Ah, he's down there. You must have walked it. There we go. Oh yeah, this is a small gate. And when they kill the engines, it's got that beautiful kerosene smell. Kill the engines. Off. Back in, green lights. That's where it took me. Okay, request deboarding. Right. Mr. Ian, I'll be heading out to bed now.
Okay, mate. Have a good sleep.
Right. Good night, guys. Good night, stream. Good night, Piper.
Take it easy.
Yeah, gonna pop in, do a quick little raid for you. If I know how to do this, stand by.
No worries. No worries. You in the workshop tomorrow or on the road? On the buses?
Tomorrow's on the road.
You're on the road, are you?
When it's school holidays, when it's quiet, many drivers, then they put me on yard supervisor.
Okay.
It's a little bit boring though. It's like it's actually fun more driving.
Uh-huh. Yeah, have a restful night. We'll speak to you tomorrow or sometime.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, on Saturday will be Sunday.
Yeah.
Good night, Boris. They changed the thing again. Yes. And It's not letting me raid again. Come on.
Come on. You can do it.
Predictions? No predictions. That's weird. Go back this way. Maybe we can do it this way. Ah, yes I can. Fire that way. There you are. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off.
And there I am on your screen.
Thanks for the raid.
Hello.
Let's get rid of that. There we go. Sticky Rice just came in with a raid of 5. That's very nice.
5 is good.
There he is.
Not
Hello,
too many,
everybody.
not too low. That's right.
Welcome to the long way round. We've just departed Auckland and we're heading to New York, but westbound, as they did back in 1941 when their route back to California was cut off because of the attack on Pearl Harbor. This is the Pan Am Clipper, but it's in the Bowick. It's in the camo of the of the Bowick livery, because I don't have a Pan Am for this model, fortunately. Got one for the earlier model, but not for this one.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, DJ just followed. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Office.
See, you thought you got away with Sticky, and now he's in here, you see. You can't get away from him. You know, just think you're gone, he's all gone, and here he pops up in the chat. But yeah, welcome
Need
anyway.
a couple of drinks here.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime for Ian. Might need a beer or something.
Like a
beer
bad
and
smell.
coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some beers later on. We're still midday here in the UK, so I'm on the coffee at the moment.
Alright, Ian, in the stream. Sticky will be out.
Yep.
Good night, everyone.
Have a pleasant evening.
Popping out. You too, Ian. Stay
Bye,
safe.
bye.
Drink lots of water, coffee, and beer later on.
Yep, will
Drink
do.
an extra one for me.
Will do.
Alright. Good night.
Speak to you soon.
Ciao. Speak to you soon. Bye.
And there he goes. Disconnected. Mr. Sticky's going to bed. It's very late in Australia. So I'm flying along with Bossman. He's also in a clipper. He's just a little ways in front of me.
Bonjour.
Hello. And Jack appears in the chat. Sticky Rice goes and Jack appears. This is good. This is
Yeah, I
good.
was going to join 2 minutes ago, but I thought I'd let Sticky just say
Yeah.
goodbye.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, you're very welcome. How you doing, mate? All right?
Yeah, man. I'm just doing a max flight quickly.
Okay. Well, as you can see, we're underway.
Yeah,
We
I
left,
saw.
left Auckland early this morning, a couple of hours ago, and we're heading up
Is
to
this
New-
V6? V6?
Yeah.
Right.
This
Yeah.
This is V6.
Nice.
So it's just under 1,000 miles. And it'll take about 8 hours, 7.5 hours. Got a bit of a wind here, crosswind, 28 knots.
So it's a 24-hour stream today?
No. No, we're going to do this in, obviously this is one of the shorter legs. It's less than 1,000 miles, but it still takes about 8 hours to do. Because we are only going along at, there you go, 120 miles an hour. 120 miles an hour indicated. That's about 110 knots. And it's 123 over the ground. That's it. That's as much as we got.
I'll join you on the legs. I don't want to pay like. I looked at the X-Plane version of that, and it looked good, but I saw the reviews weren't amazing. And the Microsoft one's not amazing. I don't really want to spend 40 quid on something.
No. If you've already got something like a Grum and Goose or something, or one of the default flying boats. No, this was all.
Bossman. So.
Yeah, the lacquer. What do they call?
Yeah, the French thing.
Lacquer. It's obviously a much more modern version of this because it's pressurized, I think, and it's got 6 engines that go a lot faster. But there's no figures for this, unfortunately. There's no sim brief, there's no profile, so I'm guessing what we need to do here. My point of view is if we stay in the green, we'll be okay. But I'm sure that's too high. I'm sure it needs to be around about 28, 29 inches. But if I do that, I slow right down to under 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'm at 2,000 RPM at 35 inches. Still in the green. And all the numbers on the dials here seem to make sense. Oil temperature in and out are all good. Oil pressure's good. Carb temperature. So everything's, within range. But I mean, I don't know what the range is because there's nothing to tell me. Nobody knows. There's not a SOP for this or something like that, But I'm kind of guessing.
Should go.
But as I say, I'll stay within the green, and it's a reasonable sort of thing.
Hey,
Right.
Jack.
Hey, he's back. Mr. Bossman's here.
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just watching the news on this plane crash.
Oh, yeah,
A
yeah.
lot of speculation going around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? 787.
Yeah.
That's like one of the most modern planes you can get. So
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
it should have all the bells and whistles to
Yeah.
stop this sort of. Yeah.
But, again, there's a lot of factors that can be
Yeah.
causing. It could be fuel contamination. There's a lot of things. Could be pilot error.
Yeah.
You don't know. Pilots could have maybe set the autopilot, your throttles, and didn't set it properly. Could be that. Some say it's wind shear.
That's all.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Investigation will get to the bottom of it, but well,
That's the only way we'll find out,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. But I just feel bad for the people that lost their lives and got injured,
yeah.
They pulled any survivors from it yet or not?
Too
Well,
early
there's
to tell. I mean,
pictures of people
The-
being rushed to hospital on stretchers.
really. But the way it
I
exploded,
saw about 4 or 5. Yeah.
It was weird. The gear was still down. I never even got the gear up.
So it was like a performance thing then maybe.
Yeah, just like it stalled.
Yeah.
Looks like they didn't have enough airspeed, which is unusual. Quite have a look to see whether the flaps were up or not, or down. I couldn't quite see from the picture.
Yeah, the picture's not very clear.
No.
You can't see whether it was takeoff flap settings or
Yeah.
quality of the picture is not very clear.
Yeah. DJC flaps were not down. So you can see it on the video. Yeah, I couldn't say for definite. It wasn't
That's
clear
crazy,
enough for me.
Because when you set takeoff thrust, it will beep at you.
Yeah, if your flaps are not set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know. I mean, they could have got off and then just retracted them very quickly.
I could have. Yeah.
But why would you do that before the gear? I mean, the gear is usually the first thing to go up, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that was still down. So, I mean, speculation's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
For this sort of thing, you never know. There could be 101 million and one things that
Yeah.
transpired. But hopefully they'll get the cockpit data and all that stuff very quickly, because they'll, they know where it is. They're on site quickly.
Now a lot of people are also blaming Boeing for it, which is also wrong. People speculate so quickly.
Yeah,
But yet, they need to look at the facts.
absolutely.
Facts is
Yeah.
what will tell the story.
Yeah. Yeah.
People jump to conclusion. But it's not something you'd want to wish on anybody. I mean,
Right. Okay, so I've just started the fuel transfer. Get some more fuel, because this thing is the engines are supplied from the wing tanks,
okay.
and there's a capacity of 600 gallons in the two wing tanks, and we're down to 300 now. So what we do here is pump from these, what they call it, the hydro stabilizer tanks. They're just external tanks. So what I'm doing now, I'm pumping the port inner into the wing. So this will go up, and this will go down, and then we'll do the starboard, and then I'll do the outboards. You do those in turn, and that's how you refill. It's like in-flight refueling, but
Yeah.
very slow. The electric pumps just tickle it in.
My stream's recovered.
Yeah, looking at it, it's pretty solid now, isn't it? Again,
Yeah, it's all good now.
looks good.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I must have been working on the servers or something.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah, Jack says he's going to join us on some of these legs,
Oh, nice.
but he doesn't want to
Nice.
spend that money to get the clipper.
Yeah, I looked at Jackie. You've also got 2024. I looked for the clipper. It's not in there. I looked last night. Couldn't find it. I thought I had it, but it's not in there. So, your other aircraft that you could use is that Albatross, or I think there's another seagoing plane as well, which is quite
Or the
big.
base package? Is that the base package one?
Yeah, well, I've got the aviators package,
Oh, I haven't got that.
so I don't know what's in the base package. You've got the base package.
Oh, I have, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me see what comes in the base package.
Maybe X-Plane's got something as well you can have a look at.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
I don't think P3D had anything default. It wouldn't be very good anyway.
Would it general aviation? It's got to be water.
Yep,
Amphibian.
flying boat.
ECH Turbo Otter.
Oh,
It's probably not got the range on it, has it?
no. No, you need something capable of doing like 3,500 miles, I think. It's one of the legs. Across the South Atlantic from Africa to Brazil. That's the longest leg, I think. Right, as you can see, there's 100 gallons been pumped. From the inboard port inboard into the wings. So we'll just leave that till it gets down to about 40. Then we'll do the starboard, and then we'll do the other two. And that'll top up the tanks. So 736 to go. $17.25 we're due to dock. Let's say land there, but dock, sail into harbour. Does the Laticure have to do all this cross-feeding of the fuel, or can you run the engines from the aux tanks and the main tanks, or both?
Yeah, you've got to do cross feeding as well.
Right. So if you
so
fill,
I've got nothing in the aux.
I'm looking at them. Yeah, so I'm looking up. So you don't. So you're running off the mains only. But if you did, you'd have to pump the aux into the mains, would you? And then use them.
Yeah.
Right. You can't. Yeah, run the engines from the aux. Right. Gotcha. Same as this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to
Correct.
pump.
Yes. So
I call this the hydro stabilizer ones. I call those the aux, and the wings will call the main, and that's exactly the same as you.
fuel valves over here, and then I think it's, which ones is it? It's anti-ice, dump valve. Those are the mags. Just trying to remember where's the cross valve for it again. In one of these stations, it's heating.
Looks like a submarine. Looks like a submarine, doesn't it? All those piping,
Yeah,
plumbing,
all these pipings and stuff.
Look at that. Engine cowl flaps that I see down by the navigator station.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that makes sense, doesn't it? Only the French. Should be by the engineering station, surely. Fuel valve.
Fuel switch pump. Primer, fuel valves. That's fuel pump. Top the ice. Propellers. Those are the valves. Yeah, I've got a feeling it's to do with these here. These fuel valves here. Those are the throttles. This is the Morse code. This is the radio station. Very rudimentary aeroplane, this. Just the basics, huh? Nav lights, landing lights. Yeah, if I remember, it's to do with those bells at the back. These are the floats and the flaps. Cabin lighting. So once we get to this airport, we're going to turn left. Or do you want to land here? What's
Well, I think we'll land, shall we?
okay?
Let's land and take stock and.
No, we might have to put a bit of fuel in
Yeah.
maybe by then.
Absolutely. Right, so the port inboard is done.
I'm going to come right to the 4 degrees.
We'll do starboard inboard now.
Starting to drift slightly off course. So
Yeah, 27 knot. Left to right, because when we turn into Australia, that'll be a direct headwind,
yeah.
so we'll be really slow. But we have to get used to that, because that's it.
Yeah.
We could turn the weather off, of course, but what's the fun in that?
No, we've got to have clouds and weather.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the weird part. I'm looking at flight radar 24, right? And the flight took off halfway down the runway.
Is that wrong? I mean, is it a long runway? That's not unusual.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the flight radar, it doesn't look like a very long takeoff.
Okay.
So flight AI 171, if you look that up on flight radar, and you tell me what you think. I want to see what's the ground speed on it. Doesn't give you. Reach the ground speed of 174 knots.
Oh, that's more than enough for takeoff. Plenty.
But it was like instant off, and then it cuts off. It doesn't show anything further. See if there's another flight. That's flight tracker 24. What's the other one? Flight radar 24. Let's see what that looks like.
Oh yeah, I just saw that video of the plane coming in, like you said, Ian.
Yeah.
But literally just like it's
just
the
like
edge falling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like it was,
There's
controlled.
no thrust.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a stall.
That was taking off.
Yeah,
Took off and then crashed.
that's right. It did.
You didn't even get a chance to retract the landing gear. It was like, I don't think it was high enough to retract the landing gear, to be honest.
But the flaps were up. That's the problem.
Was it up? You
Well,
can't say. The video's not really clear.
It's not really clear, but
I don't
people
think the
said-
flaps were up.
Okay. You could well be right.
Because you must remember, these 787s don't need a heck of a lot of flappage. You set flaps 1 or flaps 2 on takeoff. You can see it on jerry streams when they take off from Heathrow. It's not like the 747s, where you can physically see those flaps are down. These new modern airlines are designed differently. The wings, there's a bigger surface, I think. The shape of the wing, the angle of how they've designed the wing. They're more designed like a glider. The interesting part, Aviation Herald site is down for some reason. I want to have a look what they say. Got a feeling they switch that site off when there's a plane crash like this. And if you look at FlightWare, the flight track log related links gives you the latitude, longitude, and the course, and the time every minute of the flight. Well, Jerry and Jelly's on the move. They're talking about the plane crash as well now. Big Jet TV.
Right, so that's the two inboard fuel tanks done. Start on the outboards now. And we can only go up to 600 because that's the limit of the wings. The wing tanks, 600 gallons. So I'll just leave it on this shot because it reminds me what I'm doing. Because it takes, you know, a good 10-15 minutes for each of the sides to work. And in the past, I've forgotten and just kept it pumping down. So if I leave it on that shot, it'll remind me to turn it off.
Now the people are speculating and saying that the rat was deployed. Oh my goodness. The speculation, unbelievable. I'm just listening to Jerry's...
Yeah, I'm listening to it too.
eh?
Put it on
I
as
mean,
well.
It's I don't know where these people get X-ray eye vision to see that they could see the rat was deployed on these video clips on YouTube. The quality of the video is so bad, you know.
Sky BBC reporting no survivors.
I've just gone through the clearest clip that I've seen on YouTube, and there's no sign or way you can see if the rat was deployed. It's impossible. I've tried to even zoom in on it. Not that clear. And you also can't see if the flaps were completely retracted or not. It's not clear enough. In the one frame it looks like it could be deployed, the flaps, but it's hard to say. But, you know, like I said, it's very, very unclear. Right, time to go make another brew.
Copy that.
Yep.
I'm just doing fuel transfer here. Another 10 gallons in this one. And then I'll switch to the starboard. But I've only got another
for some
50 gallons to go before I reach the capacity.
Boosted 273, thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Off. Outboard starboard is what I want next. Outboard starboard. And start the transfer. Gallons left. Okay. Get down to 50. And that'll do us. We should have enough then for the rest of the journey.
Box.
Right, I'll stop the transfer here. The maximum for the wing is 600 gallons and we're nearly on it. So we'll finish that, carry on and do the rest of that later if we need it.
wonder if it was a hydraulic failure or something.
I don't know. Could even be a fuel contaminant issue.
Well, I'm just thinking if Jerry's saying the flaps, they're saying they definitely were not at, they were definitely not down. Just wondering how quickly, well, I suppose if the hydraulic's gone, I don't think they'd ping straight back into. Because that would affect everything, the engines, everything.
I don't know. Again, it's just speculation. But here's the interesting thought. I wonder if the authorities back at the airport would be checking for fuel contamination. That'll be the first thing I'd be checking for, because you've got other planes on the ground, you know, that could be taking off. That's the first thing that they need to check.
now I'm dead. Oh.
So they're saying no survivors on the plane.
Yeah, it didn't look like that. Looking at that explosion, didn't it? I mean, pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, those people that we saw being wheeled in were probably from the
Ground.
the hospital and the
Yeah.
surrounding building that were impacted.
Yeah. Cat and the Cough is still on the stream. I like that. He's good.
Alright, so I've just finished my tea and my rusks. Take my sign off. So I found a video clip of the plane where you can actually hear the engines. You can hear them, they're running.
Ah, okay.
I'll drop it onto your Discord, is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to your general chat. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. That's the one I saw earlier. That's the first one I saw.
Yeah, so the engines were running, but obviously not running in full power. You could hear they were like idling, if I could say that, if that.
I don't know. There was no smoke or fire or anything coming out of
No.
them, so it's not unlikely like bird strike or anything, because
No.
they'd be surging, wouldn't they? But
Yeah.
we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
Well, this would be a good opening shakedown leg, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just to test everything is working. The
My
system.
plane's flying fine.
Yeah.
I don't know about yours.
Yeah. No, she's fine.
She's
Feel-
holding a course, so
Yeah, holding. Well, yeah, it's on a heading. I mean, there's no course as such.
yeah, well, heading, I mean.
Yeah. The altitude's pretty stable, so
Yeah.
and the fuel system works. I've just pumped in another 200 gallons into the main tanks, so that system works okay. Now I can test the radio stuff. Let's see if we can get some frequencies on board. There we go. So, because there's only ADFs, there's no VORs or anything, so I'm just looking for NDBs. And there is one on Norfolk Island. So I wonder if it'll pick that up. Norfolk Island NDB 260. So let's have a look here. Receiver 1. 260. 260. Channel 1 left. Power on. RDF2 is ident on, RDF1 is ident on, okay. .260. It's probably out of range. Oh! Doesn't give me the range, unfortunately. Norfolk Island to our track is more than 120 miles.
Yeah,
So
it's way out there.
Not too far. Measure from here. Yeah, it's 94 miles, 94 nautical miles from our track, at the closest point. So it's unlikely that we're going to pick that up. Well, that's set anyway. If it does, got the frequency in, and then we've turned it on, so we should hear the Morse if it comes up. So New Caledonia, that's one. There's one there. 383. So we'll put that on number 2. 383. Receiver number 2 on, and we'll turn that to the right. Okay. Right. Well, that's all set. I don't expect it'll pick up the first one. They're probably out of range, but we'll see.
Now, some people are now also speculating that they got the takeoff thrust figures wrong on the onboard computer.
Mm-hmm.
No, that'll also do it. We haven't punched in the right numbers, the right figures for takeoff. But if that was the case, surely the pilot should have then done a toga. Overwrite the onboard computer. Hit the throttles. It doesn't matter how we look at it, how we speculate, it happened.
Yep.
That's the hard fact.
Yeah, so investigators will do their stuff, and we will no doubt hear what transpired in a few months.
I'm waiting to see what our friend has to say, Mr. Blancalero.
Oh yeah,
He'll be on at Lacuscon as well.
yeah,
He hasn't jumped on yet, but I'm sure he will in due course.
yeah. He's probably gathering all the facts so far.
53 British nationals got killed on that plane.
Yeah, I believe so.
People don't realize that the most critical part of flying is the takeoff and the landing.
Yeah.
Now, once the aircraft's got altitude and you have a failure, you at least got time to, sufficient altitude, you've got time to plan and make an alternative, plan to try and get the plane safely back on the ground. But if you don't have the altitude and you don't have airspeed, well, then you're pretty much up the creek with no paddles. Yeah.
And there's the MDB.
Indeed.
There it is. There's the MDB on Norfolk Island. Fantastic. Off to our left. There it is.
I don't even have one of those.
Oh, right.
I've just got a heading bug, and that's it.
Uh-huh.
An altimeter,
307 degrees.
altimeter valve,
Yeah.
adjustment setting, yeah. And the speed dial.
Yeah. So it's actually at 276 degrees at 110 nautical miles. And what did I say? 276. 275. 27. 28. 275. That's it there. We're heading 311. So that's fine. That checks out. That's where it is. And as we go by, this will swing by to the left as we go down.
Yeah.
Wide end off. Okay. So we turn the Morse code off, but we've kept the ident up, the channel, the needle, so we can see that. So when that comes 210, 220 here, that means we're directly 90 degrees off it.
Yep.
So we'll work that out, and we know where we are. So we know that works. So we'll leave the other one at the destination dialed in on number 2. So that'll pop up on number 2 when we're in range, hopefully. There we go.
Okay.
If you look there on my left corner, bottom corner, you will see Mr. Fisher's plane. I've got his stream up as well. There we go. Yeah, so I'm just ahead of Ian. Then I'll be out there somewhere, I think. I could do a follow and then just sneak in behind him again.
Yeah, I can't see you. You must be out of range.
Yeah. Let me do a follow again. Yeah, you're 56 nautical miles away from me now.
Ah, right. Well, that, yeah. Even if you're 5 miles, I can see it in this. You have to be pretty close.
Okay. Incoming.
Yep, there he is. Hey! And suddenly, there's a boss man behind.
You have to slow down enough to keep up with you. Oh. So I'm obviously way faster than what you are.
Yeah. Well, you've got 6 engines. I've only got 4.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing 120 miles an hour.
Incoming.
120 indicated.
That's just another scam caller. Oh, good. Ah, there you are. wonder how this plane would fly if I had to kill 2 engines. Probably fly like a brick.
Yeah, it would struggle, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
How we doing, Court? Are you okay? Ready for 2028? It seems like it, doesn't it? There'll still be people waiting to get things fixed for 2020 when 2028 comes out. How are we doing? Just check my fuel.
Yeah, I better do the same.
Okay, we've got 400 gallons.
Now I've got about
In
just
the-
under 50%.
in the wings, so we don't have to push any more just yet.
I was watching a YouTube clip. Keeping myself occupied on the other side.
Yeah. So we've got about 3 hours to go.
Yeah.
About 3 hours. Okay, I'll wait for a while. We'll leave this there. I've got plenty of fuel, but it's in this, aux tanks. I need to pump it into the main tanks, but we're okay for now. We're okay. Kahari is here. Hello.
God, yeah. And then so Ian is out there somewhere.
Somewhere. Somewhere out there.
Not too far. They're on my left wing. Sort of matching our speeds. I think we flying wing to wing almost.
Okay.
If I look at little nav map there,
So look, where are you then? Left or right?
I'm on the right of you.
Okay, let's have a look. Ah, yes, there you are. There's Mr. Bossman in the other clipper. Look at that. Perfect. So we've gone past Norfolk Island. So we're well over halfway now. Got another 373 nautical to go. Reset the gyro drift because I think we're slipping away a little bit. So for viewers just tuning in, this is the Pilot's B314 Clipper. 1930s flying boat from Boeing. And what we're doing here is doing a tour we call the long way round. And it's sort of redoing a flight that actually happened back in December 1941. Pan American were on one of their regular California to Australia trips when Pearl Harbor happened and they were stuck in Auckland, and obviously they couldn't come back because of the attacks and the enemy action all across that area. So they decided to go home back to New York, but westbound, which is where we're going. It's about 17,000 miles, about 150 hours of flying. And this is the first leg, Auckland to New Caledonia. It's just under 1,000 miles, 985 miles. And it'll take us about 8 hours or thereabouts. So that gives you an idea of the sort of legs we're doing. One of the longest ones is just over 3,000 miles across the Atlantic. And that's going to be about 20 hours of flying non-stop. There we are. We've got to figure out how we're going to do that in time-wise. $17,884 miles altogether. First leg, 985 miles, 8 hours and 13 minutes. Next one is 847, 7 hours and 4. Next one is 13, it's 11 hours. Then 1100 miles, 9 hours. 2,100 miles, that's 17 hours. 1,200 miles, 10 hours. 898, 7 hours. 1,100, 9 hours. 1,500, 13 hours. And then two long ones at the end. 3,000, 21 miles, that's 25 hours. And 3,500, 29 hours. We'll have a look at those later on. Obviously it depends on the weather because we're going westbound all the time. At the moment there's a 20 knot crosswind left to right, but when we turn after New Caledonia we'll be heading straight into that head on. So our ground speed is going to be down to about 100 knots or so, 105 knots. So you can see this thing wasn't fast, but it was luxurious. Only 12 passengers, 11 crew, first class all the way. Right, I'm going to step away for a little while. little walk around the block, get away from this chair. Been sat here for 6 hours, so give me 20 minutes and I'll be back.
Oh, is that you, Jack?
I'm still here. So,
Yes, I see you down there.
where?
You do me a sneaky. Next with us. Oh, Mr. Fish is getting away from me here. Hold on, I'll stand on my loud pedal. Catch up. He's obviously let off some fuel there. So his plane's lighter now. He can go a little bit faster. Picked up a bit of speed. Oh, it's Kaharia. I thought it was you, Jack. There we go. Aren't you flying in your Spitfire? Yes. Of course Kaharia's in a Spitfire. What else would you be in? Hold on, let me fix that. I've got in a caravan there. That's not appropriate. Put you in the right aircraft. Earthfire, yes. Take a second. Should jump in now. Not showing up, that's the weird part. Let me try the other Spitfire. Should be another one here. Ah, there we go, there we go. Now finally it comes to light.
There goes Kiharia. Off she goes. Just up ahead here somewhere. There he is. Cario's on the way back. I was too bumpy for you. Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. Up to where Mr. Fishy is, that he is. I'll slow down again.
Okay. I'm back.
You're back. We got Kahari as company in a Spitfire.
Oh, nice. Oh, really?
There
Wow.
she is, behind you.
Oh. Nice. Oh. I'll need to change that. It's in a drone for me. Substitute. Spitfire. Spitfire. There we go. Boom. A2A Supermarine Spitfire Mark II. There she is, look at that. What a formation. Let's get some pictures. Boom.
And I'm just behind
yeah.
you as well.
Yeah, look at that. There we go. Pictures going in. 3 in. Look at that. What convoy? 2 Clippers and a Spitfire. Got a mug of tea going.
Nice.
And my daughter's just been to Tesco and she's brought back 6 jammy donuts. Fresh from the bakery. 6 of them. And she plonked one on the desk here, so, well, of course, got to eat, haven't you? You can't not, you know, it'd be rude not to.
Oh.
It'd be rude to turn it down and hurt her feelings. So, 1 jammy donut, fresh from the oven, with a mug of tea. A Yorkshire, here we go.
That would go nice with a bit of whipped cream on top. One engine seems to be using a little bit more fuel than all the others. Wonder why.
So Kaharia didn't fly out here and turn round. She must have done a
No.
follow, surely.
Oh yeah.
That thing probably doesn't have enough fuel to get there anyway. Because we've still
No.
got 2 hours to go, haven't we? 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we better throw some jerry cans over. Otherwise, she's going to hear the sound of silence. Mind you, only doing 120 miles an hour. Must be on the edge of stalling. Lean it out. You might make it using no fuel. Certainly not combat levels.
No.
Oh, it's is it Thursday today?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's Kaharia's flight tonight. It's the Spitfire tonight.
Yes.
So, anybody who wants to fly a Spitfire later on, jump into Kaharia's stream, and you can fly along. Do you know, I might fancy doing that because I don't think we'll have enough time to do the next leg. Well, we will, but let's have a look. The next leg is 847 miles. It's 7 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah, so even if we start like 7 p.m, that's going to be like 2 a.m. finish. So
Yeah.
it's probably not. I mean, we could do it, but why? You know, let's be sensible. Do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's do it tomorrow morning. And so we've got a few hours off tonight. We can jump into the Spitfire and fly along with Kaharia.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah. I'm up for that.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Flight plan streaming. Thursday, 19 Zulu, 8 p.m. That worked perfectly. Spitfire around the world. Day 238. Oh, goodness me. 238.
I'll take the Mark 1.
Jabutina
Fire.
Airport, FAJP, and head west in the direction of Cape Town. Oh, your neck of the woods. Hey.
There we go.
Navigate through the valleys of the Swart Mountains and visit the Western Cape with its small landing sites. After a short stop in Worcester, our journey continues with detours through the surrounding mountains before our last landing in Cape Town and we visit Table Mountain. Lovely. Yes, I've done that run down there from the coast down through the garden. They call it the garden, don't they? Garden run.
Yep. Garden route.
Garden route, that's it. Yeah, we've done that, but it'd be nice to do it again. Cool. There's a VFR map as well there. Download that. Good. Got that for later. Yeah, that would make sense. So we do that, and then we'll do the next leg tomorrow morning. Mid-morning, finish. Well, I've got to finish before 7, because obviously we got the Misfit leg to do in the evening.
Yeah.
So I need to start, 9 o'clock or so, at 10 o'clock. We'll be done. Oh, where's she gone?
Doing a dive, down she goes.
Yeah, there we are. Couldn't resist a bit of aerobatics. Sat there at 120 for a Spitfire. Nah, not designed for that. Don't have a play. That's the only problem with these, with this clipper. Well, not the only problem, but because it was unpressurized, we can't get away from the weather. We've got to sit here in these clouds.
Yep.
We could climb a little bit, 10,000, but I think it's the same up there. So all they could do is divert slightly away from it, but okay. Set course 315. .329 is what we need, but because we've got a 28 knot crosswind, we're going to have to steer left, of course. May I join voice? Of course you may. Come on in. No need to ask. It's open. Open to all. Come on in.
Good afternoon.
Hello there. Hello, how lady. Lovely to see you. Lovely to hear you. Lovely to see you in the sim.
Yeah, it's easier to actually talk than write.
Indeed it is.
There we
when
go.
flying information.
Yeah, indeed it is. Yeah. No, that's good. It's good. Good to see the Spitfire. Yeah, so we're starting this long way round with the Clipper back from Auckland in December 1941, and it took them a month to get back going this way. It's a great book by the pilot of the Captain Ford.
It's amazing what they did.
Yeah, for the first time. There was no charts along here, no services, nowhere to get servicing, nowhere to get fuel. You know, at one point they were getting fuel out of automobiles because there was no 100 octane available, so they had to have 80 octane. So they were going to scavenging it from cars. And getting oil, because these engines burned oil like nobody's business. So they were short of that as well. Servicing, well, they had to do what they could en route because there was no FBOs. You can't just pull up somewhere. So they did amazing. Against the prevailing winds all the way. 17,000 miles.
Yeah, I had to change to a few clouds setup, preset, because there's no way that I could fly with that wind information.
Yeah.
Changing directions and 38 knots.
Yeah.
Nope, thank you.
No, that's right. Yeah, I checked earlier and it was light turbulence in the clouds here. But in active sky I've turned it down a little bit so it's not as severe as recommended.
You could say buckle up, it's a bumpy ride.
That's it.
Yes.
Let's have a look. How my fuel doing? Okay. I may need to do a little bit of pumping across. I don't want to get too low. So let's do inboard port. Inboard port. Both. And 2 electric pumps. There we go. 1, 2. Transfer fuel. Going. Because these engines are fed from the 2 tanks in the wings, but they only hold 600 gallons. So there's auxiliary tanks in the fuselage, and then so you have to pump fuel from that into the wings at various points during the flight.
Yeah, they can't run dry.
Yeah, to have enough.
If the fan stopped working, the pilot gets sweaty.
Yeah, yeah.
Very sweaty. Sweaty bitties.
But at least if they're over water, there's no problem with landing this. That's what it's designed for. There's a runway underneath you at all times if you're over the ocean. But the next leg after this one, Gladstone to Darwin, is all across land. So they were sweating on that, but they didn't have to put it down in the desert, in the bush of Australia. No wheels on this, it's not an amphib. You need a lake or an ocean or something to land.
A body of water.
Yes, indeed.
At at least in 2020, flights in 2020, the Spitty floats nicely too.
Oh, oh dear. You've had a bit of experience in that, have you? Oh dear, sadly.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Well, you don't want to know my first days flying the Spitty.
Yeah, she's difficult.
And
Straight away.
I thought I was tough and was flying somewhere in Scotland where they had pretty short runways. A side of body of water.
Right.
Guess what happened?
Yeah. Ran out of runway.
The Spitty went for a wash.
Went for a little stream. Yeah. So tempting to jam on the brakes like that, isn't it? And of course, all you do is nose over.
We have a term for that. It's called the greetings to the sun.
Is that right? Yes. Greetings to the sun, yeah.
With the tail up in the air.
That's it. That's it.
Sticking head into sand like ostrich.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in the early part of the war, or before that, there was more accidents and more people killed by training than there were by enemy action. Until they got the hang of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has some power.
Yeah.
She's a little beastie.
Yeah. And you stick a 19-year-old kid who just come off a bicycle, who's had about 6 hours training in a Texan or something. It's like popping him into a Ferrari, you know.
Yeah.
Too much.
And hope the best of it.
Yeah. No dual seats. There you go. There's the manual. Read it up. You're flying tomorrow. Whatever you do, don't break the aircraft. We need them.
That's pretty much the way it was, huh?
It was, yeah. Yeah.
My late father was in that position.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, he was also around about 16 when he flew.
Wow. My father was born in 1934, so he was obviously too young
No.
for the war.
Now my dad was what, 27, I think? 1927.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he must have been earlier than that. If he's 27, he'd only be 12 when the war broke out. 39.
I think it was 27. I must just have a look on his...
Well, he couldn't have fought in the war then. He may have been a Spitfire pilot after the war.
No, he was in the war.
Okay, well, he can't have been 27 then, because he'd be 12 years old when war broke out. And I know they took some early pilots, but not at 12.
Yeah, I'll check and see what his birth date was.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's close formation, and that's what Joint FS can do for you. Look how close and accurate that is. It's pooling the positions several times, 20 times a second or something. Let's try and do that on VATSIM, and it's like a slide, movement. Very good.
Benefits can also be a pain. I have this with another server.
Yeah.
I started JoinFS and the FSUI PC and all the important programs in admin mode.
Yeah.
And then I tried to ping the Firefly Air server. Doesn't work for me.
No. Oops.
Nope.
Oh dear.
Then I closed everything down. Deleted my config file.
Oh.
Fired up again with the direct to this address. Worked once. And now I'm seeing it. Not anymore. Don't see it anymore. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Probably nothing. It's probably their server at the other end not being able to connect or something.
Well, it says I see it just as offline.
Yeah, offline.
It is
right.
online. I know it's online.
Yeah.
So yeah, JoinFS can be a mystery
Yes.
and a pain.
Yeah. Yeah, it does some odd things. Usually for us on the ground, you know, sometimes we have bobbing planes or smoke or, you know, odd wheels, you know, up or props working when you switch the engine off and things like that. Odd things. But in flight, it's usually pretty good. Like this, as you see there, it's perfect.
That bobbing up and down, we call it the coffee jitters.
Coffee jitters. Yeah. Give me coffee. Well, I'm very pleased with this, the way this has sorted itself out, because this pilot's 314 was a pile of rubbish when it first came out, the original one. But the guy called Di, he's worked wonders on it. I've worked with him a lot developing it, giving him feedback, and he's brought out this Mark II version. I'm not sure if it's made it into the Microsoft one because he left the group before they went to Microsoft. This was the original P3D one from Pilot Software.
Okay. Well, there in 24 there's a clipper.
I looked for it. I couldn't find it last night, and I've got the Aviator edition.
Okay. Or do I just dream?
I know 2024 you can get it.
Yeah, that's what she said. 2024.
No, 2020. Sorry, 2024. I looked last night. I was going to fly that in 2024.
But normally, if
I
you have it
couldn't
in
find
2020, you should also have it in 2024. Did you check your community
Yeah, I went
thingy
into
to
the
re-download
marketplace.
it?
Yep, I went into the marketplace. I went up into the folder, my folder in marketplace. I looked for it there. No, it's not there.
That's weird.
I thought the marketplace was for only like official Asobo planes and those officially linked, not these
you can import
third-party things.
You can import 2020 stuff over into 2024,
Okay.
and you can actually import 24, some aircraft, not all of them, into 2020.
Yeah. That's quite nice.
So I brought over the Boeing 707 that's in 2024 and the C-47 into 2020.
But this is not there. Wow. Right, 250 miles to go.
For me, you are DC6.
Yeah, I've got no idea why I couldn't get that clipper to work in 2020 for me. Couldn't get off the water.
Okay. Something throttle related? Or just buggy?
No, the throttles work. Everything, all that works. The problem is I can't drain the water out of the tanks. In the clipper that's in 2020. So if you look there where Ian's looking now, there's a valve there that you're supposed to be able to drain the water out of the tanks. And none of those valves work.
Yeah, ugh.
Yeah. Because water gets into the hydrostatic tanks and you can pump it out. Yeah, mine's full up again, look. I pumped it out when I started, it's now back in.
Where does this water come from?
I think it's condensation, isn't it?
Condensation in the fuel? Or?
Yeah, in the fuel tanks, because of the cold air from the outside, it forms on the inside.
Ah, okay.
And it drops down, and you need to remove it, obviously, otherwise it clogs up the carburetor. But White's
Then the spinny thingy stops.
yeah. But White's full up again. I'm not sure. There's very little documentation about this aircraft, as you might imagine. There's nothing written down anywhere. There's no SOPs you can go to the library and look at. You know, a lot of this was done by Di from guesswork, finding odd bits and pieces in Pan American museums and things like that. And he created all this. Particularly the gyro pilot activations and you know, information from that. It was all like probable guesswork, because there isn't such a thing as these things anymore. You can't go and get one practice.
It would be cool.
Yeah, I'm doing some more fuel transfers now. These are the big tanks. You've got to pump them into the wings. So I'm pumping inboard starboard at the moment.
Yes, you need to have an eye on a fuel imbalance.
Yeah,
Don't you?
Yeah. I usually, you know, do it in about 50 gallons a go till it's all lined up, and then do the outboards so it's kind of levelish. Port and starboard inboard, port and starboard outboard. But the wings have got a capacity of 600 gallons only, so So you can't go past the 60 here. Otherwise, you just splashes it over the vents, lose it. So you have to be careful not to keep pumping, otherwise you waste your fuel. And it takes a long time. You know, these are all small little electric motors that pump away. And sometimes you can burn them out. So you've got down here you've got hand pumps. So if you burn them out, you've got to sit here and pump these.
Yay!
Like that. Pump them away.
You get strong arms there.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to do that. And it's so easy to burn these out. For instance, if I was just to switch the tank now from one to the other without switching them off, you could easily burn the pumps out as the valve switches the liquid. So you've got to turn these pumps off before you do any movement over here of the valve. And you don't want to burn them out because you're in real trouble. You haven't got an engineer to do it automatically. You've got to sit here and right click and let it do it. Kuwait, hello, just saw the Air India. Yeah, we've been talking about that this morning. Yeah.
Tragic.
Some silly speculation going on, of course. Everyone's having their two penneth. I just say wait for the report. But yes, tragic. It was awful. Yeah, it's difficult to see from that scratchy video. You know, some more video may appear. They usually do, don't they? After a while, somebody realised they've caught it on a dash cam or a CCTV or something. But flaps up and gear down, yeah, we don't know. So that's the navigator station. Does his thing there. And then you've got the radio man here. And it works. It's all NDBs, of course. There's no VOR in those days. So it's all NDBs. We had one on Norfolk Island, and it picked it up in 260 kilocycles. And you get a Morse identifier in your ear when it picked it up. And these needles deflect to where the station is. So I've got one tuned in on New Caledonia. It's 383 kilocycles, and I've got that switched on, so when that pops up we'll hear it. So what we'll do is put that heading select there, about 330. So when this pops up, it'll tell us a relative direction to it, and we can steer to it. There's no DME, of course, but it'll get you to the island where it is. So slightly under 2 hours now, which is good. Gaharia, might you have to go back and refuel? I'm not sure you'll have enough to
no.
sit here for 2 hours, will you?
Well,
Mind you-
November whiskey's coming up.
Yeah, that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're headed, but it's still 200 miles out.
That's not a problem.
That's
I'm
okay,
on
is
boost
it?
-4.
You're on. Yes, I was going to say you're not on normal combat, so you're thimble sipping along, aren't you? Very lean, so you'll be
She's
all right.
nibbling.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we've got about an hour and 45 to go. And we've got to look at the harbour where we can land. This Pan Am version took 12 passengers and 11 crew, so almost 1 to 1.
Mr. Bossman is zooming past.
Yeah, I try not to fly too fast past, but it's difficult to control when you've got 2 extra engines.
Turn 2 off, you don't need them.
Yeah,
Just
right.
Just switch a couple off, you'll be fine. We've only got 4. Kahari's only got 1, and look, she's managing perfectly fine.
Please, for a walk in the park. The speedy.
But that beast is a Merlin, and we've just got the right cyclones. 2200 Rs or wherever they are.
Aren't we soon crossing the Tropic of Capricorn?
Ah, okay.
Should be around some way.
Well, let us see the towns.
oil radiator flap. All those temperatures look pretty good. They're all exactly the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pressures, exactly each one.
Just want to see if these flaps actually work, or if they do anything. Doesn't look like they're cow flaps though. These are oil radiator flaps. Can't see them.
No. Maybe it's modelled in the engine or not. Why would they give it you though if it doesn't do anything? And label it and make it work. But look, every single dial is exactly the same. I mean that is so unrealistic in this day and age. They'd be all different. They'd be all shaking. They'd be all different values, like the P&DGs are, and the A2As. They're all kind of slightly different. And the C47.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the 247D that I fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you can see the gains absolutely go bananas.
Yeah.
You can hardly see what the freaking thing is reading.
Yeah. Each one is so alive, so sensitive to what you do. Whereas this, it's just like, right, all engines will have the same values no matter what you do. But put the flaps on or off, open the cowl flaps on or off, they'll stay the same. It's like the, what's that thing I fly, the Lancaster, the Aeroplane Heaven Lancaster. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
You turn them on, the engines fire up, and immediately the oil pressure and the temperature goes to the same spot on all four engines. Not even a warm-up time. They're not even as clever or as subtle as to give it a warm-up time. It goes straight there. And you're meant to, start on the outer tanks and move to the inners. But no matter what setting you put on the tanks, they still fly. It never runs out of fuel. But that's Aeroplane Heaven for you. That's their standard. But the only reason I do it is because it's a Lancaster. That's all we've got. So the model is obviously for the dams raid. You have to have a Lanc. But inside systems, no.
Yeah, I mean that 247D, you can actually tap on the gauge.
Yeah.
You can hear when you tap on it. You can hear it go tick 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 when you tap, like if you're tapping on your finger.
Yeah, that's
you
like
can actually see the gauge move.
Yeah. It's like the A2A Bonanza. It has that. It can stick. And you tap it, click, and it unsticks. Very clever. AccuSim.
The Starship from Black Square shall also be very deep in systems.
Yes.
Also with the tack on the glass. Look pretty neat.
Yeah, it's like the Dukes. The Dukes do that as well.
There's so many great airplanes to fly, but so few time.
Yeah. I need to get all my flying done while I'm on holiday now. Between now and the 16th of August, and then we're back to work. Then my weekends are gone again after that. the new
And
Premier
my
League
holiday.
season starts. So
My holiday is just in September.
all right. Yeah, mine's between middle of May, middle of August. 3 months. That's why we can do all these long hauls now, because I don't have to worry about weekend getting up or any commitments.
Yeah, well, I'm permanently on holiday.
Also nice.
It is, but it's also not. You know,
Yeah, no, I
especially
wouldn't
if
like
you're not
that.
earning money.
I wouldn't like that. I mean, I could now. I'm well beyond retirement age, but I just don't want to.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't want to. I mean, I don't need the money. Everything's paid for in the house, and the kids are all settled and whatnot. But I just do it because I'd be bored crazy just sat at home, you know, all the time. So I like to, you know, keep mentally going, keep busy. Not too bad, you know. I pick and choose what I want to do now. Whereas when you're starting your way in the freelance world, you have to accept pretty much whatever comes your way. You don't want to get a
Yeah, you get
reputation
your
of
hands
saying
on.
no. Yeah. So you end up, you know, all over the place all the time. You know, you're in Manchester one night, then you're in Portsmouth the next night, and then you're in Europe for Champions League the next night, and then you're back to do something rugby on Friday, and then you're back to football on Saturday, and it just goes like that all the time,
Yeah.
one to the other.
Can imagine.
You're never at home. You're living out of your suitcase all the time. Hotels. Where am I this week? What town am I in? What country? And there's just a limit you can do for that. So I knocked all that on the head a few years back. And then the last couple of years I've turned down a lot of OB work because I just find it physically demanding. You know, carrying kit up and down stadium steps, heavy loads and things, and walking around, you know, soaking wet football and rugby pitches in the winter, cracking the ice off the cables, packing up, you know, all that sort of stuff. So I've turned
Sounds
those.
fun.
Yeah. It's a young man's game. You know, it's great when you're 20. You know, it's lovely. But it takes me like 3 or 4 days to get over one single OB now. Can't get out of bed. Everything stiffens up. So I don't do those anymore. I just do my studio work, which is nice. So it means I can hop on the train at Yatton, just around the corner here, get into London, go and do the game, and then return. Nice and easy, no stress, physically, mentally. And I just do, you know, just choose to do a couple of games a week. That's it. That's all. Just to get out of the house and keep in the loop, keep the old brain matter ticking over. Learning
Yeah, I
new.
wish I had the body to do that. I mean, you've got health problems and
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
heart
your
failure, and you've got
your situation.
back and hip problems. And you can't walk. It's a problem.
Yeah.
Can't do. You know, the basic. What people don't realize when you've got all of these problems, the basic things like bending over, putting on socks, putting on a shoe, cutting toenails. I can't do that. I can't even reach my toes. That's
Right.
how bad I am.
Okay.
You know, for me to even get out of a chair and walk 20 steps to the bathroom is a chore.
Oh boy.
That's a shame. Yeah.
And pain shoots through the back and through the hips.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I don't even go anywhere. I can't even get in a vehicle anymore.
And yet you're planning to go to Australia.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm dreading it, to be honest. I don't even know how I'm going to manage. Otherwise, I still got to go for visas and passports and all of that. I'm dreading it. So the clipper that we've got in 2020 is by Pilot FSG.
FSG, don't know them. Yeah.
Yeah, Pilot FSG. That's probably why half the stuff don't work. It's the knockoff.
Ah. Salido, hello. Good afternoon. So, Kaharia, what would be a good day to visit Vienna? What would be a good day for you?
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay.
Most of the time.
Travelling back on Friday is so expensive. Let's see if I can do Thursday to Thursday, same day.
What about Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday would work.
Just need to know it in advance, then I can tell my boss.
Yeah, same days. It would work, but there's not much time.
Well, Tuesday to Wednesday?
I'll look at that, yeah. It's the problem is it's because there's no direct flights from Bristol. You always got to go somewhere. So it takes for a long time. I'll work it out.
Just don't take Innsbruck and try to get with the railway to Vienna. Just don't.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
There is on the western piece where we are located, there's many maintenance and stuff, so no, you don't want that.
I should imagine the train journey is pretty spectacular though.
Bumpy again.
Turn that fuel transfer off. And the next one is inboard port. Inboard port. Port inboard. There we go. Pumps on. Resync gyro. $172 miles left. Doing well. Right, this is the sort of thing that would work. Tuesday into Wednesday. EasyJet, Ryanair and Austrian.
Yay!
10:30. Yeah, 10:30 out of Bristol. It goes to a stop in Pula, P-U-Y, and then Pula to Vienna via Malta Air.
And when will you be then in Vienna?
16:20. 16:20 on Tuesday, and then back the next day, leaving at 18:20. So I've got all day.
So you basically got Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Well, I've got Tuesday evening, late afternoon and evening. I've got all the evening to go to the Vienna Opera House or something, watch a concert, whatever you recommend. Vienna State something, and then all day to look around. 18:20 out, and then back at 2300. So that sort of thing would work, but there's lots of, you know, lots of those, so I just need to figure out. I mean, that's next week. Next Tuesday to Wednesday. So I'll find something. It's a cheaper one, but yeah, that only gives you the evening, basically. Gets in at 16:20, and then the flight out the next day is at 07:55. So all you've got is a few hours in the evening. And that's always, there's no direct flight, you see, there's always a stop somewhere which cuts
That's
into the
weird.
time. You know, I can go to Innsbruck in, you know, 2 and a bit hours, but to go to Vienna, it's 4 hours 50 and 5 hours 40 coming back, because it's a stop. You have to stop for an hour and a half or whatever in somewhere and reconnect. The only direct ones are from places like Gatwick or Luton, which is the other side of the country for me. By the time I travel there, it'd be longer than doing the stopover.
just opened Google Maps since I did not remember how long a car drive from surrounding Vienna to Innsbruck is, but it's almost 4 hours, 5 hours,
Yeah.
4 hours and 45 minutes, so it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
No, it's
And
a long
with train
time.
you would take about 5 hours
Yeah.
and 12 minutes, so nope.
No,
Just nope.
I wouldn't mind doing the train. That's beautiful though. When I went to where do I go? Where do I go normally? Oh, Davos. I love doing the train from Zurich up to Davos in the mountains. It only goes about 30 miles an hour, but it's so pretty as you climb into the snow.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's one, Tuesday to Thursday. Tuesday 10:30 Bristol, Vienna 16:20. And then early Thursday morning out 6:10, back to Bristol 11:35. Early start there on Thursday. That's the only problem with that one. Here's another one. 10:30, 16:20, and then 17:10, 23:35 back to Bristol. Where's that stopping? That's Pula on the way out, and Barcelona on the way back.
That's a round and round.
Yeah. 4 hours 50 going out, 6 hours 25 coming back. One via Pula, one via Barcelona. Let's look in July. Monday to Tuesday. Let's see what's happened here. Oh, that's way too long. Well, that's not too bad. There's a KLM. Bristol 13:45, Vienna 19:10. Oh, yeah, it's only the next day. 09:20 in the morning. That'd be no good. Well, that might work. 05:55 Bristol, 12 o'clock Vienna, and then the next day 17:45 Vienna, Bristol 22:55. That would work. Lauda Europe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Daughter of Ryanair.
stop. Yeah, Ryanair, Bristol to Venice. Venice, and then Venice to Vienna on the way out, and on the way back it goes via Copenhagen, Vienna, Copenhagen, Copenhagen, Bristol. There you go, that one might work. That's a Monday, Tuesday though, that's no good.
Ah, that sounds better than Wednesday.
Yeah?
Yeah. But I would need a date, and then I can.
Oh
ask
yeah.
Bob.
Yeah. I'm just giving examples of seeing what would work, because I do need, would like to come. What about 14th to the 15th? Let's have a look at that. A month time. This is more realistic.
Monday, Tuesday is fine.
Yeah, this
Thursday, Friday is fine.
yeah.
Just the Wednesday is
Yeah.
a general problem.
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's too late though. That would be the one. That would be the one. So Monday the 14th to Tuesday the 15th. So one day. Oh 05:55 Bristol, Vienna 12 noon. And then coming back the next day 17:45. back to Bristol at 22:55. That would work, wouldn't it?
Sounds fine
Would that
for
work
me.
for you?
Sounds fine for me. Just the boss needs to give its go. Give his go.
Yeah. But that would involve you 2 days, though, wouldn't it? The Monday and the Tuesday. But I could just hang around and make my own plans on the Monday, and just you could show me around on a Tuesday. Saves having 2 days. I mean, I don't know what your plan. I'm really cheeky, aren't I? Saying, I'm coming, come and help me. But I could do that. I could make my own plans on the first day, unless you're free.
You mean Monday?
Monday. I get into Vienna at 12 noon. And then I go back the next day at 17:45. So have a think about that date. 17th. Of July, we're talking about month
I
ahead.
figured.
Yeah. Not next week. 17th of July. Or do I need I could stay a few days. See most of it. Can't see a lot, can you, in one day? You can see the main things though, and in the main square and the Opera House. That'll do. Friday to Saturday, what do they fly like? Let's have a look. No, they're worse. 13:45 to 17:10, and then 11 o'clock the next day. I wouldn't have any time at all. What I want is an early flight on the one day and a late flight on the next day. Anyway, let's have a look what's going on here. Right, let's turn these pumps off now. We've got enough fuel in the wings to complete the journey now. So, Bossman, that's a good guide to how much fuel we need for each leg. So I took 100% in the wings and 50% each in the stabilizer tanks, and I've used nearly all of the stabilizer, the inboards. And I've got about 350 gallons left in the outboards. So,
Let me have a look.
so that'll be fine. So for these 1,000 mile legs, I only need 50% in those, and I can fill it up for the longer ones. That would make sense. Right.
Down to 25% according to this.
Yeah. Okay, so my next thing is to wait for this NDB at Magenta.
So the plane can take 33,503 kilograms of fuel.
Uh-huh.
About 23% left. Should get us to the next, to where we're gonna land, I guess.
Yeah.
Should have enough. So you could say a full tank without the auxiliaries take me to where we took off from.
Okay.
Auckland to, yeah.
So that's 1,000, just over 1,000, under 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
And I've done that in 50%. Could do the next leg. It's only 847, so I could do 40%. Actually, we filled right these up again, so we don't need that. Maybe 30% in this. Use those. I'll do some numbers, actual numbers later. How many gallons we've used?
Yeah.
Because there's no sim brief profile for this. You can't just say,
No.
you know, how much fuel do you need? It doesn't exist. Right. I know we're a little ways out yet, but let's have a look at the conditions down in where we're going. In WWM Magenta. Surface winds 146 at 7. 146. So we need a southerly. We need a southerly landing.
Yeah. I just need to go to the toilet. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, so we need to fly over the bay, come back round, and then land so fly along runway 17, and then fly in, and then make a left, and then head for 146 degrees into wind, land, and then come back, taxi back. We'll pull up in this bay at the end of runway 35. There is a lake just before that, but I don't fancy that, it's not long enough, so the ocean's a better bet. Okay, let's do that and we'll come back round there.
Ice blocks. Damn, I hate this thing for now.
Is the Spitfire still here? There she is.
No.
Spitty's still there.
It's getting cold again. Oh. Damn winter.
Okay, so about 50 minutes to go. Probably an hour by the time we've flown back round and done a downwind and back round. So my plan, boss man, is to fly over the bay here, up to the coast, to it's like a left downwind, left base, basically line up to runway 17, and then when we get to 17, do a break off left, and then line up into wind at 146 degrees, and then land in the bay.
Okay.
And that will give us a head on into wind, and then taxi back round. There's a spot at the end of runway 35.
Yeah.
A place de la Magenta, in that little inlet there. That's where we'll moor up.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
No, there's a sandy bay thing there.
Yeah. That's it. That's my aim. That's what I hope to do.
Okay.
But I'm just waiting for the NDB to give me a proper direction, because I know I'm more or less going in the right way, but until I see it or hear it. I don't know. And then we'll start our slow descent.
MD's 38.1. Yeah, I see it. NDB.
Okay, there's some land ahoy. That must be that little island there. The Isle of Pines, that one. Or is it that one?
Some of those, that steak with the onion rings, or do you want to do Greek rather? Yeah. The steak, what's it called, that place? Yeah, did you see the plane crash? With us. 787. Air India. Watch. As it took off, it crashed. Nobody knows.
Later says there are some survivors.
0. None.
Really?
282 passengers perished.
Okay, well, the latest BBC, the plane carrying 242 people. Including
242, sorry.
242, including 53 Britain hit a residential, with some on the ground feared dead. British passenger in seat 11A survives.
Oh, that must have come after this that I've seen here now. This is just on CNN's thing that I'm watching YouTube. That says 242 passengers believed to have been killed after Air India crash near Ahmedabad airport.
Yeah, there's some photos of him.
Okay.
Vishwash Kumar Ramash.
Wow.
He was in seat 11A. His cousin in Leicester, Ajay Valji, told the BBC that Mr. Ramesh called his family to say he was fine, but he does not know the whereabouts of his brother, who was also on the plane. But
Wow.
there's at least one survivor.
Well, I guess it's.
Oh, here we go.
We'll only know further down the line. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
been such a chaotic day for everybody there. They
Yeah,
would know
these
who-
figures are, yeah. The commissioner of the local town said the survivor's been in hospital and is in treatment. He told the BBC that 204 bodies have been recovered, while 41 people were being treated for injuries. Because that includes people on the ground as well.
Yeah.
169 Indians, 53 Britons, 7 Portuguese, 1 Canadian.
This plane crashed into one other hospital.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
a hospital or
No,
something,
no. It crashed into accommodation used by doctors.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Accommodation used by doctors. So a block of
Crunkets.
flats. Yeah. Yeah. So that's at least one survivor. 11A. But of course, these figures are always so unreliable, aren't they? Straight away. But if you believe this guy who phoned his brother to say he's fine, then yeah, he survived. Amazing. Picture of him here. His face beat up a bit. Yeah, 204 confirmed fatalities so far out of 242. Oh, here we are. The plane gave a mayday call to ATC. I didn't know that. So they had time to do a mayday. Right. Okay. That's new to me.
Yeah, I'll post you this link. Take a look at this.
Ahmedabad's police chief. Yeah, 204 people died, 41 injured.
Aircraft entered runway 23 from the apron, which was without backtracking. Leave a takeoff distance available trying to read. What is this? Of 19. I can't see it. This is guys photograph things over it. Low position date being received. So unclear whether the aircraft backtracked or not. It climbed about 625 feet. 174 knots over ground.
Aviation experts say the plane's wing flaps may have caused the problem. Analyst Jeffrey Thomas said the undercarriage is down, but the flaps have been retracted. Another expert, Terry Tozer, said it doesn't look as if the flaps are extended. Yeah, but they're all looking at that dodgy video that you can't really tell.
Yeah, so 9,900 meters is what he took off on. And the runway, the actual runway, 6,300 feet long.
That's not
Remember
much.
I told you about the plane joining in at the short end of the runway?
No. Tata Group, which owns the in Air India, says they'll give something rupees, equivalent of £86,000 to the families of each person killed. So they're doing this already on the same day. Compensation. Blimey. Oh well, I think I'll wait for the facts rather than speculation. Doesn't help. Right, back to our flight, otherwise we might end up like it. Right, well there's New Caledonia in front, so at least we can make land now. So there's the visual land. So we don't have NDB yet.
Thanks. Our phone is on.
So I don't know how far this is away.
Onion rings. Cool, thanks.
Range 25 nautical miles. Let's see what this one is. Range 15. That's no good either. What's this one? Range 50. That's further away. Yeah, that NDB range is only 25 miles. So I'll be practically on top of it before I get a signal. Let's start our descent. Just a tiny bit. Bay we're going in there. There's the Morse code from the NDB. There it is. 310, 320, 318. $300, 310, 20. Yeah. That's it. Turn that off now. But we want to pass it on the right anyway because we're going to do a left downwind. So that makes sense. Okay, we're all good back here. Yeah. Okay, mixtures on back to rich. Cowl flaps we can open up a bit. Fuel's all good. Right, don't need anything there. 5,000 feet and descending. Take some photos as we go down.
Sending already.
Yep, I'm going down. Got some nice shots there against the sun. Very nice. Freedom for the Spitty. Loopy loopies. Nice. Okay, so I reckon there's about 30 miles to go, something like that, maybe. We'll level off at 2,000 till we see what's what. Okay, bossman, you
Yeah.
coming in?
Fine. Okay, well, switch.
The reef is very pretty over here.
Yes. Yeah. A bit of coral. Nice.
why the aviation hill site is down.
The what? Aviation Hill, you say?
Yeah.
What's that?
That site gives you all of the incidences
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
of aircraft and that.
Okay. I've never been on that. Right. Let's get this old joysticky thingy ready to do some work.
Turn around before those mountains up ahead.
So the runway is along here somewhere. Through down here, I think. That's that mount there. Yeah, the runway is in here. So we go up along here, over this area, back round, and land in this bay here. But pointing the way we're coming in. So we have to do a 180 basically over the land, line up over the runway, and then left. Okay, so let's take the gyro off. We can do our thing. Start slowing her down.
Just water. Some flappy gin.
That's the bay there.
Okay, guys, I've landed safely
Oh,
at
nice.
November Whiskey.
Yep.
I have to jump off now.
Yep.
Maybe see you later, guys.
We will. We'll see you later. Absolutely.
Flying with
Yeah,
us.
yeah. We've got your plan for later, so we'll have a
Okay.
break and then we'll jump in and do some of that with you later.
Okay, then. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye bye.
Bye. Cheers. Yes, fine.
Okay, I'm doing left base now for what would it be 1-7.
Yeah. I'm doing a right base.
Yep, there's the runway down there. And there's the bay just after it. So
Lined up right over the runway now.
okay, I'll follow you in. There he is. Okay, turning final. Behind you.
Fuel off just to the left.
Yep, that's it.
Oh. There's no crash. Oh, dang it.
Oh, where are you going, man?
I was stalled. It's stalled.
Okay. Oh, now he suddenly appears again. Blimey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not going to end well. Been a bad day for aviation, that's for sure.
Okay. Looking for 146 degrees. We're into wind. And the last bit of flaps coming in. There we go.
That was what I was looking for. like that. Into the water. Damn. That was rough.
And lovely. Down. Now we're a boat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, now it's a bit tricky to get it turned around, huh?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. I've got a tug that can tug me around.
Yeah, mine's kind of a bouncy.
Yeah, well, I need to get to the back. Yeah. Bring up the tug. Which way is best? I have to swing it this way.
Okay, I think we're done.
Yep.
That's it. We're parked up. Brakes on. Boys out.
I see where you at.
Any lights in here? Lights off.
Further up.
Lights are not good in this. Maybe cockpit light on. There we go. Everything off. Radio's off. It's off.
You pull yours up on the beach.
No, I'm in the harbour. Mooring light can come on.
And,
Hold off. Table lamp. Okay, that's everything done. Oh, just battery power to come off. Come off. There we are. So where are you? Oh, there he is.
my dock is out. That's on my own personal dock.
There he is, look at that. And there's the runway. So we're fine, we're just in the harbour here. Just pull up. There's our limousines come to get us. So that's the first leg.
Yep.
The first leg. That's 1,000 miles of 17,000, nearly 18,000 done. Look at the dock. Look at that you brought with you.
Yeah. Now it's got its own dock. Yep, so I checked with my brother.
Mm-hmm.
My dad went into service in 1943.
Right. So he was born.
That's when
He was born at least 1923 then.
No, he's born in 1927.
27.
You remember the war? Yeah.
Ah, right.
The war only ended in 1945.
Yeah.
So he was 16 when he was
16. Yeah.
he entered here.
So yes, okay, yeah. So he was on the tail end of it. Yeah, the last couple of years.
Yeah, he was in the Normandy.
The D-Day. Yeah.
The D-Day thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He partook in that. Yeah.
Blimey. I didn't realise they took them at 16. I thought you had to be at least kind of 17, 18.
But of course, my dad was a very thin, tall guy, so
He could have.
they didn't have
wangled it.
IDs with him.
Yeah.
He worked his way in there. So
He could
they
have.
took. I mean, they were desperate too.
Yeah, of course. Every able-bodied person they take, they wanted everybody, wouldn't they, for the big push?
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's being let loose with a Spitfire at 16. My God, it doesn't bear thinking about, does it?
Yeah.
He can barely drive a car, and he's in this superstar of a thoroughbred of the best that you could get.
That's right.
It's like putting a kid today in an F-35 or something like that, or a Typhoon.
A lot of these pilots today are very young too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Some of them are, 20, 21, 22. These very young pilots in the Air Force.
Mm.
Their reaction times are very good.
Yeah.
When you're young like that, and they're fearless.
Mm.
Yeah.
Which obviously can be an issue. Right.
Yeah.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is our first leg of the long way round. Next leg we go to Gladstone in Australia. That was what they did. So we'll do this in the morning. Gladstone, there it is. It's 847 miles. So not quite as long as today. It's about an hour less. It says 7:04 as opposed to 8:13. 8 hours 13 it took today. And 7:04 tomorrow, depending on the wind, obviously, because we've got a headwind when we start turning west. So we'll do that tomorrow. But in the meantime, I'm going to fly the Spitfire with Kaharia tonight.
Yeah, what time's she going on?
She starts at 19 Zulu.
19, okay.
19 Zulu, 8 UK, I think. So we might just drop in. I'm not going to do it all, but I'll drop in a little while.
Yeah, just do a little bit and fly along with her, yeah. I'll take the Mach 1 Spitfire out.
Yeah.
Take that one and see how that flies. Okay. Right, I'm also going to wrap up for now, I think.
Yeah.
He's on. Ah, thank you. Thanks.
Let's have a open the flight plan she sent. It was downloads, wasn't it? Thursday. That's the one. So we open that. There we go. Ooh, look at that. This little routing. Start here. I might not have that airport, so I might have to start somewhere nearby. In fact, I don't have that airport. So I might have to start at Garden Route Aero, FAPG. Or St Francis Field. Let me open my airports, see what payware I've got. I've got East London. Got, what's this one? Port Elizabeth. Got East London, Port Elizabeth, George.
I should have them all. Got them all, I think.
There's Port Elizabeth. East London's further up. There's George. So I can take off at George and then go and pick her up.
Yeah.
Or take off at Port Elizabeth and go that way. That might be favourite. FAPE, Port Elizabeth. Let's go there. Exit the whole sim and restart it, as we've been flying for 8 hours. It's always a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
Rather than just go straight to it. Okay, so restart.
Right. I'm going to...
I like that dock. It's great, isn't it? That's a good idea, that.
Yeah.
And you've got a tug. You've got a lovely, nice little launch that goes with it, haven't you? I've seen it. The wooden launch.
Is what I use.
To get to shore.
done here with this?
Did it update?
Let's see. Can't see. What have I done? This thing. Channels.
Yeah. Stream info failed to update. Why? Why? Let's ask the internet. OBS.
Okay, I'm going to write out to Auckland. He's flying a cub by the looks of it. And I will be back a bit later with Karia in her flight. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, got it. Got it. All right. I'm just going to stop the screen very quickly and then log back in again.